guess we'll start with the roll call.
Commissioner Boswell. You're muted.
Doug, you're muted.
I saw it. Yes, I'm here.
Good.
Commissioner Godek.
Here.
Commissioner Berg is absent this evening. Commissioner Hensley.
Here.
Commissioner Gaddis.
Here.
Commissioner Ung.
Here.
And Vice Chair Topero.
Here. Very good. Well, if you all join me in a rise and join me with a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic
for
which it stands, one
nation
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we will have a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Okay, by Commissioner Gaddis, and a second from
A second.
Commissioner Godek. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so ordered. Moving on to the blue folder items. I believe we all received some blue folder items around 4 o'clock today. Hope you've had a time to review. I think one of them was an amendment, and then there were some letters from some individuals. So if those are all good, then we'll have to receive and a motion to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
From John, and a second from
Gaddis.
from Commissioner Gaddis. All in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, so ordered. Very good. The consent calendar. Business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. The commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. The chair will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar items on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. The speaker is permitted to speak only once, and comments are limited to 3 minutes. We have 3 items. The Planning Commission meeting of July 15th, the minutes of the May 20th and June 17th meetings, and the Planning Commission referrals to staff from July 15th. Commissioner Hensley, you wish to pull an item?
Yeah, can I pull item F2?
Okay, so if that's the only item to be pulled, then I'd like to have a motion for items F1 and F3. Would like to make a motion to approve and
Motion to approve F1 and F3?
from
Second.
Commissioner Hensley, and a second from
Gaddis.
Commissioner Gaddis. Okay, very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so ordered. All right. So now we will take up item F2 under the item G, which is the excluded consent calendar items. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Throw. I had one minor edit to the June minutes that I wanted to make. On page 2 of the minute, page 21 of the packet, the motion as stated incorporated the edits of Commissioner Berg, not my edit. Sorry, Lena, I didn't get this to you in advance. I just noticed it before the meeting.
Lena, you're on mute.
So what I can do is I'll go back on the meeting video and verify that it was
Okay.
Commissioner Berg's motion, and then we can bring it back next month for
Okay. And just to clarify, it was my motion, but it was the edits of the blue folder that were Commissioner Berg's. That was the motion that was made. So do you want to continue the June minutes to next meeting? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to just verify.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion to approve the May Planning Commission meeting minutes and continue the June meeting minutes to the next Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Hensley. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Gaddis. We'll do a roll. We can just do a general. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none opposed, so ordered. Okay, now we move on to the public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. I believe we had one on the Beach Cities Health District, correct, Lena?
Correct, yes. So you had one written comment to receive and file for this on non-agenda items, and there is no one signed up to speak for non-agenda.
Okay. All right, so then all we have to do is to receive and file, so I'll need another motion
Motion to receive and file.
by Commissioner Gaddis and a second from
Second. Commissioner Hensley.
Hensley. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, so ordered. Okay, we move on to section I, ex parte communications. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communications about the following hearings which we're having today, which is J1, J2, and J3. Let's start with Commissioner Boswell. If you're on mute. Have you had any ex parte communication?
There you go. So yes, I had a conversation on J1, J2, and J3 with Rob Gaddis. And I don't know if this counts, but I did visit each of those sites and inspect them.
Okay, very good. So noted. Thank you so much. Commissioner Hensley?
Yes. I have for J1, I discussed this with the staff and also yourself, Chair Topero. And then item J3, I discussed with staff, Chair Topero, the applicant, and I also visited the site for item J3. That's all.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes, I had conversations on item J1, J2, and J3 with Commissioner Boswell. And I visited the sites for J1 and J2, and a member of the public, Alan Sanford, reached out to me on J2 to give me his opinion on J2.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Commissioner Godek?
So I visited all 3 sites, but I did not have any communications.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Ong?
None.
Okay, thank you. And for myself, I had some communications about all 3 items with Commissioner Hensley. So this concludes our ex parte communication, and now we can move into the meat of the meeting, which are the public hearings. The first meeting is for consideration of exemption declaration and conditional use permit to allow the operation of a veterinary clinic within an existing commercial building on property located within a commercial C2 zone at 1436 Aviation Boulevard. The applicant is Dr. Elizabeth Hicks, DVM, for Paw Veterinary Center, Inc. And I believe we have a report from staff.
Chair Topero, I'm going to turn it over to our planning analyst, Lena Portalacy, and she will give the presentation for this public hearing.
Wonderful.
Should we, can I make a motion to open the public hearing?
Yes. So we have a motion for opening the public hearing. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Commissioner Godek. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so ordered. Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay,
Oh, I need to.
I'm too far ahead. There we go.
Video.
Okay.
Video, which I have here. So anyone wishing to speak on the agenda items, should I do them one at a time? I always feel like we always do them at one time, but then people come in later. But I think everybody's here, right? That's going to speak. Lena.
Correct. Yes. No, everyone that's going to speak has signed in.
Okay, so for those of you that are going to be speaking to items J1, J2, and J3, we do need you to take the oath, which is as follows. Do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So I need to verbally hear from each of you. So Dr. Hicks, J1, could you please unmute and confirm?
I do.
Thank you. Louis Cota for item J2, could you please unmute and confirm? Okay, we'll get back to you. Scott Chernoff on item J2.
I do.
Thank you. Stephen McCaslin, I'm not sure which J is his.
He'll be J3.
J3, if you could please confirm the oath.
I do.
Okay, very good. And I guess you're in duplicate. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Steve McCaslin. So my wife logged in with my link that Lena passed along, so that's why you see me twice. Sorry.
Okay, very good. And if she speaks, she needs to take the oath as well. So does she?
Hi, this is Diane McCaslin. Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat the oath, or did you heard it?
I did hear it. Thank you.
And so your answer is?
I do.
Okay, very good. All
Thank you.
right.
And we have one more, John Ramirez for item J1.
Oh, okay. John Ramirez, if you could confirm your understanding of the oath.
Yes, this is John Ramirez. I do. I will.
Very good. All right. That concludes then the oath, and now we can take testimony from staff, the applicant, and all interested parties.
All right, so let me share my screen for my presentation. Okay, so the first public hearing before you this evening is for consideration of an exemption declaration and conditional use permit for the operation of a veterinary clinic within an existing commercial building located at 1436 Aviation Boulevard. The subject site is located on the east side of Aviation and is zoned commercial C2. Adjacent properties to the north and south are also zoned C2. Properties to the east at the rear are zoned R2 multifamily residential. This is an aerial view of the site. 1436 is right there in the middle of the block along the east side of Aviation Boulevard. It's between Hunton Lane to the north and then Harriman Lane over here to the south. There are two other multi-tenant commercial buildings on either side to the south of the subject property. And then to the rear, there are single family and multifamily uses right back there. The building itself was constructed in 2013 and is just over 5,000 square feet in size, 2 stories. It is oriented towards the front of the lot line. Access to the site is off of a 2-way driveway to the north of the building. Parking spaces are located to the rear of the building with 14 on-grade parking spaces along that rear property line right there. And then 10 additional parking spaces in a semi-subterranean area adjacent to and below the building. The property slopes downward from Aviation back towards the rear property line. There's a steep grade difference between the subject property and the residential lots to the east with an 8-foot high wall along that rear property line. This slide shows the site plan. The parking accommodates a total of 24 spaces, 14 on grade at the rear of the lot, and the remaining on the semi-subterranean level adjacent and under the building. The trash enclosure, a trash enclosure and an elevator are also located on the semi-subterranean level. There's also a staircase on the south side of the property that provides access to the building. The site plan also shows that it's a little hard to read all the measurements, but approximately there's about a 45-foot or so separation between the back of that commercial building and the residential lots here to the rear. Veterinary services are under the main, fall under the main category of animal hospitals and are a conditionally permitted use in the C2 zone. The purpose of the conditional use permit is to review certain uses that, due to their characteristics, have the potential of adversely affecting surrounding properties. The CUP imposes conditions on the use to mitigate any potential negative effects of the proposed business. Concerns related to veterinary uses are typically traffic and parking, noise, waste disposal, and odor control. The applicant proposes to operate a full-service veterinary clinic for dogs, cats, and other small pets. They will provide routine examinations, vaccinations, microchipping, diagnostics, spay and neuter, surgeries, x-rays, dental treatments, and overnight hospitalization of sick pets. The applicant also proposes to offer overnight boarding services for up to 30 pets. The veterinary office would be open 7 days a week, Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 6, and Sunday 9 a.m. to 2. Total staffing would include 2 veterinarians, 4 technicians, and a receptionist. 1 staff member will be assigned to overnight care. Appointments are anticipated to be no more than 5 per hour. And this is the proposed first floor plan. So as you enter, there'll be a waiting room at the front, followed by a reception area and administrative area with lab pharmacy. There's 4 exam rooms over here off to the right, a restroom, and then a restroom right there in a storage area. To the other side, there'll be a staff utility room, lab and dental work area, a treatment area, procedure room, and radiology room. This level will also include 4 cage banks with a total of 26 cages. On the proposed second floor plan will house a reception and waiting area for feline patients, along with another exam room, a treatment area, and a ward, a storage closet, and along with 2 additional cage banks. To the right, there will be an 800 square foot enclosed area to be used as a dog run and play area. This level will also include a staff lounge and offices to the left with another restroom. The staff lounge and office have sliding glass doors which open up to an exterior balcony area directly adjacent to the lounge and the office. These sliding doors are proposed to be the only exterior doors allowed to be open. A condition of approval states that the interior doors to these areas will be closed at any time that the sliding glass doors are open. So this is just a section of the rear elevation showing those 2 sliding glass doors that are proposed to allow staff to open from the staff lounge and from the office, leading out to just an exterior balcony area. So in terms of the CUP and evaluating it, a veterinary clinic falls under the zoning code definition of an animal hospital. It's a conditionally permitted use in the C2 zone. And as part of the CUP process, staff asked the applicant to submit a CUP application, a business plan, and drawings. As part of that business plan, the applicant also proposes offering overnight boarding care for pets. The zoning code classifies boarding under the definition of kennel, which is basically any premises that houses 4 or more dogs or cats where they're kept, boarded, or trained. The zoning code classification of boarding is under kennel, and kenneling is allowed as an incidental use under the animal hospital definition. So right there. So this is the definition out of the zoning code, and it says that uses of kennel may be permitted as incidental to the hospital use. Now, the zoning code does not specifically define the term incidental. In practice, staff has viewed an incidental use as something that's secondary to the main day-to-day operations of the business and does not define the overall business model, but rather enhances it or is directly related to those operations. In other words, an incidental use can be removed and the business is still functionally the same. Additionally, the incidental use can be accommodated fully within the main business footprint. Examples of other incidental uses in the city that we've allowed are like jewelry making classes for retail stores that sell beads, wine tasting for some of our locations at Whole Foods and Total Wine and More. We've allowed gyms to sell juices and smoothies. So there's a few of the examples of what we in practice would call an incidental use. As related to the current request, staff feels the day-to-day functions of the business will continue to mainly be veterinary care services for animals. The boarding option is an additional service that can be accommodated within the existing layout and utilizing areas and enclosures that would have likely been part of the business anyway. As the zoning code allows consideration of kenneling in conjunction with an animal hospital, and the building is set back 45 feet from any residential properties, staff feels this is a reasonable request for the particular location. The CUP requires us to make findings that the proposed business would not adversely impact surrounding property and uses. Typical concerns with the veterinary office include traffic and parking, noise, waste disposal, and odor control. In terms of traffic and parking, the location is on Aviation Boulevard, which is a major arterial street, designed to accommodate the traffic for commercial uses that run along the length of the arterial. The site is accessed by a two-way driveway on the north side. The drive aisles meet the required dimensions for two-way traffic. Also, as part of the internal city coordination, this application was routed to the city's traffic engineer for review, and he had no comments or concerns. There are 24 on-site parking spaces where the code will require only 21 based on a ratio of 1 space for every 250 square feet of gross floor area. Based on the business plan description, 5 parking spaces would be used by staff that are on site at any one time, leaving 19 spaces to accommodate both veterinary office appointments and clients dropping off or picking up from hospitalization or boarding. In terms of noise concerns, all business activities, aside from owners walking their pets into the building, would occur within the confines of the building. The dog run play area is incorporated into the second floor of the building footprint, and therefore dogs will not be exercised outside. The proposed hours of operation are in line with adjacent commercial uses. As part of the interior renovation of the veterinary clinic, soundproofing will be added to the walls and soundproofing insulation to the windows and exterior doors. Additionally, the building is set back from the residential properties to the rear by 45 feet, further mitigating any escaping noise. A condition of approval states that all doors and windows are to remain closed at all times except during ingress and egress, exclusive of the sliding glass doors on the second floor. These sliding glass doors are adjacent to a staff lounge and office and lead out to an exterior balcony. After release of the administrative report and draft resolution, the applicant stated they would like the option to open these sliding doors for their staff and has agreed that the interior access doors to these areas can remain closed when the sliding doors are open. So a blue folder item was included tonight that includes a revised draft resolution with the condition, I believe condition number 9 amended from the original draft. Lastly, staff felt that there may be a concern with noise generated from any deliveries that might occur at the business. We drafted a condition that limits the hours of delivery, mirroring the allowed hours for construction, which are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 9 to 5, and no deliveries on Sunday. Also a concern would be disposal of waste and containment of foul odors. The clinic will have flushable clinic sinks for certain waste. Other waste will be bagged and disposed of in the trash enclosure located in the semi-subterranean area under the building. The trash enclosure is more than 50 feet away from the residential properties to the rear, leaving minimal concern of foul odors intruding onto those properties. Medical waste will be disposed of in sealed biohazard containers, which will be picked up by a professional disposal company in keeping with industry standards. As stated in the business plan, public health and protection is part of the veterinary oath, and safety and cleanliness protocols are part of the standard practice. The application is exempt from environmental review under section 15301A of the guidelines for the implementation of CEQA. This section exempts interior and exterior alterations to existing structures that have no expansion. This application would involve interior tenant improvement work for the new veterinary office and does not propose any expansion of floor area, consistent with those items specified as exempt from CEQA. In summary, the proposed veterinary office is a suitable use for the existing building at 1436 Aviation Boulevard. The site has ample park to serve the use. The location is on the major arterial, which can support traffic generated by the use. Vehicle access to the property is large enough to accommodate the two-way traffic on and off the site. Concerns of noise, odor, and waste are mitigated by the distance of the building from the residential property's rear and by the conditions of approval. The use is consistent with the city's general plan intent to develop commercial uses that provide for the needs of current and future residents. And the veterinary clinic will be a positive addition to the city and of service for its residents. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the exemption declaration and approve the conditional use permit for the operation of a veterinary clinic at 1436 Aviation Boulevard, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the resolution distributed as a blue folder item. This concludes staff's presentation, and we turn it over to any questions from the commission. The applicant, Dr. Hicks, and the applicant's representative, Mr. John Martinez, are also in attendance and happy to answer questions. Staff may also defer to the applicant and representative for certain questions that might be best answered directly by them. Thank you.
Yeah, before we open it up to the applicant, I'd like to ask, there's a line between the boarding and the kenneling, and the code does not specify any particular amount of animals that can be boarded, correct?
It does not.
Yeah, so that's the one kind of gray zone I think that we're navigating, because we've had a kennel before come to the commission 2 years ago or so, correct? So that's the one thing which is a little bit unclear, but I think it would be wonderful to hear from our applicant. Dr. Hicks, would you like to say a few words in support of your proposal?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for having me this evening. I am a South Bay resident and have lived here for the past 13 years and have been managing veterinary clinics across all of the Los Angeles and Northern Orange County area. It is my passion and my dream to be able to do this for myself, and I'm really, really excited to be bringing this to Redondo. We're looking to have, as was discussed by Lena, a predominantly veterinary facility. We are, if any of you are animals and pet owners, you have seen with COVID that accessing veterinary care right now is extremely difficult, and we are underserved in this part of the community. And we're really, really thinking this will be a wonderful service to the community that we'll be able to provide. As it relates to the boarding or kenneling, we do see this as a luxury perk for our veterinary clients, but a very, very small portion of what we anticipate our daily activities to be, as we truly are veterinarians looking to add that to the community with the boarding as an added perk. And I'm happy to answer any questions for anyone.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you so much. Did I believe John Ramirez, do you want to say something to item J1?
Thank you. I think Dr. Hicks said everything very well, and I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then we'll take questions from the commissioner. Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral. Thank you, Dr. Hicks, for bringing this. I think it's a nice addition, and I drive by that building every day, so nice to see something going in. I had just a few questions, if that's okay. For the veterinary care, how many pets are expected to be served per day in the veterinary care?
I would anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 patients throughout the course of the day.
Because you've got like 4 to 5 per hour, right? So.
Okay.
Yes.
And the proposed overnight boarding of 30 pets, is that boarding by itself, or is that inclusive of fixed care pets in that number?
That would be all inclusive.
Okay, all inclusive. And one of the requirements is for the overnight supervision. It's in one of the conditions. Is that overnight supervision planned to be on site or some kind of remote supervision?
Maybe a combination of both, webcam, microphone, nanny cam type access for supervision is one option. If we have sufficient patient load, there would be a present supervision.
Okay. And the last question, I'm trying to understand the business, is on deliveries. Can you maybe explain a little bit about what kind of deliveries you're expecting and how often and how many? Sure.
Really just medical products. So nothing more than FedEx boxes and sometimes frozen containers for vaccines, nothing that would be out of the ordinary for a commercial facility. And the second item that would be the most common would be pet food deliveries. Again, just large boxes, that's all.
No big,
okay.
Then no big.
No, just FedEx.
Okay. How about the waste removal? Is that like a special company, or is that in the trash can by Athens when you pick up your trash? Or?
When we're looking at biohazard waste, there are medical companies, same as would go to a human facility, who will pick up sharps containers and biohazards. So any potential biohazard, which is extremely rare in the veterinary industry, but any potential biohazards or any needles or sharp things will be managed by one of those companies.
Okay. And any idea that like one delivery per day, or is it like a couple things normally, or 10 per week? Do you have any idea based on your other businesses how often you get deliveries?
Typically once per week.
Oh, so like one FedEx truck or one?
Correct.
Waste picker? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you answering the questions and helping me understand better. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Great questions. Thank you so much. I believe Commissioner Ong was next.
Thank you. And yeah, I think it's a wonderful business plan. And as I was going through it, I appreciate the thoroughness in the staff report. Had a couple of questions. The first one is with regard to the revised condition number 9, where the exterior sliding doors would be permitted to stay open if the indoor, the interior door was closed. And I was curious, staff's assessment on how well interior doors hold in the noise. I get, appropriate for this particular hearing. I get visions of the movie Ace Ventura, when he's screaming and opening and closing the sliding door. And I was just kind of curious how well interior doors hold in the noise.
Uncertain specifically on that necessarily. I think what works on this site is the distance from the residential to the rear, and it's very rare. And I think when we discussed, on a different topic, when we discussed like just kenneling in general, I think that was brought to the commission a while back, and most properties, the issue in Redondo is that with the shallow lot depths of the commercial properties, there's usually residential right within maybe 10 to 15, 20 feet from that building, from that commercial building. In this case, with the 45-foot distance, I think it makes it unique that it could still work even with having, just interior doors closed and those sliders open. Whereas on another site, I don't know that staff would necessarily recommend or, would be in agreement with that. So it's a combination of of this site and how this building is oriented away from the residential.
Okay, yeah, because my corollary question would have been the fact that on the revised condition 9, it's not limited by the hours that this could take place. And I was curious, they leave it open, overnight and all that. And because it is a 24/7 operation. However, it seems as though from condition number 3, there are clinic hours that are less than the 24/7. And I was just curious, and maybe this is a question to the applicant, whether the conditions for allowing the sliding doors to be open could just be during the clinic hours and not left open-ended.
I don't see any concern with that at all.
Okay, it's just, just to make sure that, they get closed.
Absolutely. And the other piece that I will add just for anyone's concern is the kenneling component that houses the dog is at the opposite end of the floor from these 2 doors and is floor to ceiling walled off, as we are actually having our feline patients next to these staff lounges. So we are working very hard to make sure there is no dog noise, even at the feline component, let alone all the way to the offices, but still no issue with closing the doors at night.
Yeah, in fact, I was looking at the layouts of where the cats and the dogs were, and I did notice that the dogs were furthest away from those doors. So, kudos, to you for being so conscientious about that. The only other question, and I think it's been kind of alluded to, is should there be a limitation on the number of boarded animals? I know that this is a perk, and the number is 30, but you get a holiday weekend that everyone wants to go, and can you have 50, 60? I'm just wondering if in any of our other conditional use permits, whether we have capped the number of boarded animals.
We have not. So I did research conditional use permits for some of the other veterinary offices. The most recent one we did, it's actually been a while. The most recent one we did was back in 2013. It's the PV Village Pet Hospital down on the 1900 block of PCH. They actually didn't propose boarding with their, as part of their application. So their CUP actually does not allow for boarding. And so they'd actually have to go back to the Planning Commission to allow for boarding. Then the other location is the 701 South PCH. I think it's the Redondo Shores on the corner of, I think, Topaz and PCH. They actually don't have boarding because of their vicinity to the residential use behind them. So they were not allowed boarding as part of their CUP. And then the Redwood Animal Hospital on 2702 Artesia Boulevard, they do have boarding, although their CUP is from like the 1980s. So it's very scarce. Those conditions used to be very scarce, and it does not mention a cap for boarding.
Okay, yeah, I don't, I'm kind of on the fence on that one. So I'll let, I'll bring that up, allow the other commissioners to consider whether a limitation is warranted. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
And to add on to that, also, 30 pets, but is it going to be 30 dogs or 30 cats? And I think, there's probably a number of cages. There's going to be 30 cages for the amount of the maximum amount. And I'm just curious as to the applicant could say about what kind of ratio would that be of dog to cat that is in their plan, in their business model.
The business model currently allows for an upper bound cap of 25 dogs.
Oh, wow.
Total.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Godek.
Thank you. So first of all, Lena, great presentation. Thank you very much for it. Second of all, as somebody who just had to wait 8 days to get my dog in to get an exam for a URI, I appreciate the need for this service in our community. Would love to see an empty building being occupied. My big questions are regarding the 800-foot play yard area. I think it was on the second floor of the building. And how is that going to work as far as like sanitation and like keeping that area clean and not smelly?
Yes. So it involves a lot of concrete, epoxy, and drainage systems. But it is not uncommon if you look at some of these places, if we're just focusing on that piece as a boarding component, if you look at typical boarding facilities, while many of them are not on second floors, they do tend to be concrete and epoxy. And so the means to flush them, clean them, sanitize them is well established as an industry standard. So we have an interesting component because it's on a second floor, but it doesn't actually change the materials that we would utilize.
And what's it going to be surfaced with? Is it going to be surfaced with concrete?
It will be surfaced with concrete followed by epoxy, and then there will be kennels around the outside to individually house the animals, and then let's call it a park playpen with turf and a filtration system in the center.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the odor mitigation must be very tricky for something like that. But, look at a place like New York where you have, skyscrapers and they have to deal with veterinary. So it's well established. It's just the ventilation must be really quite, there must be some protocols for ventilation. Yeah.
You have to be really on top of doing your drainage. You're flushing everything down. And
yes, it's quite a lot of drainage system.
It is, yeah. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay,
absolutely, thank you.
Then Commissioner Gaddis.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, Lena. Thank you. But so I'm interested in the killing aspect of it. So although the plan says it is assuming 25 dogs, up to 25 dogs, there isn't really a cap, right, in the CUP on either the number of animals or the number of dogs. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. And as worded currently, there is not.
Okay. Are these animals that are boarded, are they all in individual pens or are they kept in a common space together?
They will be housed in individual kennels.
Okay, so they're at least 30 kennels.
Only 25.
Oh, only 25 kennels.
Correct.
What is 30?
30 would be if we had hospitalized patients as well. So for the kenneling component, it will not exceed 25.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that here in this report. Okay. So there'll be 30 pens with 25, as many as 25 boarded. Obviously, I'd be concerned with the noise of as many as 25. So there could be, at any one time, there could be 30 dogs in there, right? Dr. Hicks?
It would be a long shot, but perfect storms occur. So yes, it could happen.
Okay. So I know that last week we're talking about the concern of noise from a particular change of use of a property, possibility of sound and such, and we were talking about limitations on that and such. Lena, is there any chance that we can figure out whether if you have that many animals there, some sort of way of making sure the neighbors aren't subject to possibly 30 barking dogs? I understand this place will be insulated and such, but that's really the only neighborhood irritation I can see coming from this really, as described. Is there any way to sort of monitor and manage, whether this thing sort of becomes a nuisance in that way?
Well, there is a condition. Let me look at the draft resolution. But I believe we did word a condition that if verifiable complaints were received, condition number 6. In the event of verifiable complaints as determined by the Community Development Department, additional measures concerning sound attenuation, it kind of covers everything: sound, odor prevention, or allow hours of operation may be applied. I mean, the commission, it's certainly within the commission's purview of amending any of these conditions as well. If you wanted to make something specific to the kenneling, we could certainly amend, any one of the conditions to either, restrict the kenneling further, put a number on it. Like I said, the code, like we've said, the code doesn't define a number for kenneling. If you feel like condition 6 is a little too open-ended, we can always, revise that language to be a little more firm, that we could, look at further restricting, the kenneling if need be, if complaints are received.
Yeah, we'd have to be kind of delicate about this, right? Or careful about it, really, right? Because just somebody complaining doesn't necessarily mean, it could just be an event that occurs for one reason or another. Somebody's bringing their dog in through the parking lot, and 2 dogs start barking at each other, and somebody complains. I'd hate for that to harm the business, right? If it's sort of so I'm not quite sure how to address it. And I confess my ignorance that I don't know how well you can insulate a place like that so that you don't hear, presumably it's possible that, that the neighbors would never hear anything because it's so well insulated. But I just don't know how 6, I'm not familiar with how that would be measured or enforced or what the parameters are, et cetera. Maybe this is something more commonly addressed than I'm familiar with. But please share your thoughts on that and how that, if that is an issue, it may not be an issue at all, right?
If I can sort of speak to it a little bit, having worked in veterinary practices forever, I can say that barking dogs is just a grating issue on anyone's nerves. And our desire is to be a good and conscientious neighbor, because these people are hopefully our clients and part of our community. So certainly our goal is to make this work for everyone. What I have typically found is once you have doors closed, you can be on the front side of our office, unable to hear dogs barking 2 doors away in the back. So I think with the appropriate steps as outlined in Lena's proposal, I would be shocked if we would have a noise issue, but I am with you. This is not my full area of expertise, so I certainly can't speak to all of the measures of sound attenuation, but I do think this is a fairly mitigatable issue. The other piece that I'll put out there is we do have the design of how we're laying this out all follows animal behavior techniques to reduce anxiety, stress, and vocalization. So we don't have animals facing each other in order to reduce the likelihood that they have aggression, that they bark. We have plans to utilize, there's excellent pheromone techniques and various other fear-free techniques to try very specifically to create low vocalization, low anxiety, low stress in this environment, which should also help as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Very good. The sliding glass windows, aren't they facing aviation, or am I turned around?
Oh yeah, they're facing the rear, down the rear of the building.
On the rear, okay. All
rear
right.
elevation.
Any Commissioner On?
Yeah, thank you. Since another commissioner also expressed, some concern about the number of pets. I was thinking that condition number 2, if desired, at the end, we could just say something to the extent of not to exceed 30 pets. And the reason that I've been thinking more about it, and I'm sure Dr. Hicks is a very good veterinarian, but if she were to sell the business or get a partner with an MBA, they may start deciding to throw 2 or 3 pets in a crate, and that's definitely something that we want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position where we could have prevented that. So that's just a suggestion of a place where we put it within the current condition format. That was it. Thank you.
Or God forbid that the state mandates that we have to build more housing for pets. Like we have
80 ADUs for dogs.
You never know. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you, Chair Tupper. For Commissioner Gaddis, I wanted to talk about condition 6. It's language that is at least seen before, and the kind of nice part about the way that they've crafted condition 6 is that it requires a verifiable complaint. So it stops like the one neighbor next door that complains, obsessively or when there's not really an issue. And the other part is that it's determined by Director Forbes. And so she gets to make the call of if there's a complaint and if it's legitimate. And then there's also a condition in here that basically says if there's any disagreement between the interpretation and these conditions, then it's referred back to the Planning Commission. So it's neatly packaged to be flexible and firm at the same time, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, I think condition 6 is a good condition to have, but open to other edits. I did have a question for Dr. Hicks. If the number of pets, can I ask kind of what is the critical number, or if 30 is the minimum that your business plan can do, or if there is any such information you could share about that?
Are we talking specifically for the boarding?
For the kenneling use, yeah.
Yeah, so because it's truly an ancillary component and one that, as I'm sure we've all seen, rises and falls with need, right? You have holiday weekends and Christmas and Thanksgiving. This is where we're going to see increased demand, but the day-to-day, we don't anticipate to be anywhere near that 25 upstairs. It is a component to the business, but it is not, we are hoping that it is a business adder and a driver. We seek to add the convenience of one stop, bring your pet to board for the weekend, play with its buddies, get its teeth cleaned, its vaccines, and come home fluffy and happy. And you didn't have to wait at the vet for 8 days or 8 hours. So
one
kind of all packaged together. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that gives me a much better idea. And let me just confirm, make sure I heard correctly, that the 25 kenneling pets is goal, but it's not like a drop dead threshold. Right? Is that what I heard? Okay.
That is what you heard.
Okay, thank you very much. And we all seem to be kind of focusing on the kenneling and the numbers, but I had one other concern I wanted to bring up. Lena, can I ask you for the picture of the building that shows aviation? If you could share that.
Yeah, yes. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Was the aerial this one?
Yeah, that's perfect. And so I live maybe half a mile from this location and go by it frequently, and this is right where aviation kind of bends. And one of the concerns I had is that the delivery hours in the conditions are proposed as Monday through Friday, 7 to 6, and Saturday 9 to 5, and then no deliveries on Sunday. And so the Monday through Friday part is concerning me because the driveway for this building is pretty small. It's right at the bend of the corner, and also the traffic in the morning when there's, normal non-COVID traffic and activity is pretty intense going north. And so my concern is that most deliveries are probably going to be going aviation south and trying to make a left into this building. And so that's one of the other concern I had with this project, because there's really not another good way to get in that I could see. And so I would, I'll follow up with the applicant, but if the delivery hours were 10 a.m. and later or 9 a.m. and later, I think that would resolve at least the traffic impact of trying to cross northbound traffic. So maybe Dr. Hicks, can I ask your feedback or opinion if delivery hours not in the morning would be a problem?
The only thing that I can see is I just have no idea how I would control FedEx.
Yeah,
These are not.
That's what I was thinking too. I mean, UPS and FedEx.
Yeah, they deliver.
I mean,
yeah.
It depends on your neighborhood and if you're at the beginning of the route or towards the end of the route. So.
I see.
Is that a double yellow line?
I think it's a single yellow because there's a lot of. Yeah. Well, if it's double yellow and they can't cross it, then they got to go left into the neighborhood, which is one building north of that. And then not only worse, but now you've sent that FedEx truck down the neighborhood around the corner and backed up aviation.
Yeah, but
do that anyways.
They have their programs to optimize their routes, so they that their delivery routes are actually designed to avoid things like that. There's all kinds of algorithms for that.
I suppose the one thing I might add is, I think deliveries has interestingly become a topic here, and I will just try to circle everyone back to the fact that we're talking once a week or so here. I just don't think that this is going to have a significant impact.
Okay. Yeah, that's understood. Okay, one last question then. Right now, there's no deliveries on Sunday. Because that's kind of copied over from construction hours language. Are you okay with that, or would
no problem at all?
Okay, would you like deliveries on Sunday while you're there, 9 to 2?
No, it doesn't matter at all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a concern, but I can see how it may not be a problem. So, okay, that was the only other concern I had looking at this particular location for this project. So, that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're good.
So I have one more quick question about the noise potential issue. So there's recommendations or there's requirements that there's going to be sound attenuation in walls and windows and things like that. Are there specific recommendations? Like, was there any analysis done to say you need double paned windows or you need walls this thick or use these materials?
No, there wasn't any specific analysis done, although on the previous, and then I can also defer to the applicant after this in terms of what their plan is on their 10 improvement. But on previous CUPs we've done for other veterinary uses, it seems to reference 55 STC for rating. So we can certainly, add a condition specifying that to this. But if, Dr. Hicks or John, if you guys can speak to what the plan is for the sound attenuation.
In chatting with the architects, they have been talking about both insulation as well as quiet sheetrock to be added in. So we're going to get out of my realm of knowledge when it comes to some of this, but it has been discussed, particularly in any areas where there are housed animals. My understanding is there's different levels of need in different aspects of the building in order to be extremely conscientious about the sound.
Yeah, and this is John Ramirez. It's typical for the areas where you would have the kennels and the runs. Those would be the areas that would have STC rated board on the wall. It's kind of like a drywall plus, and we've seen that in several of the other facilities that we've worked on. So that's a typical practice. It's not anything that's uncommon.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Boswell.
Dr. Hicks, in regards to the dog play area, kenneling area, you're talking about 25 dogs being able to be housed there, kenneled there, and another 5 units for, I guess, ongoing medical treatment. How do you come up with these numbers? Is this due to the space available, or do you have some other way of determining how many you wanted to include in the kenneling aspect of your business?
It's just magic. No, that's the model that we were able, when we did the drawings for how we could create appropriately sized sort of luxury kennels, we are going to be tapped out, depending on which design we would go with, between 20 and 25.
So it's space, the space is what limits that.
Correct.
I see. Okay. And you're comfortable with your ability to mitigate on the sound issues if all 25 dogs start going crazy and barking all night?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of sound mitigation technology out there, and I've seen some pretty noisy places become almost quiet. It really just depends how much money you want to throw at the problem. But anyway, that's one question I had. The other question is related to exiting from the parking area. When I went and took a look at the space, I drove down into your parking area. On the way out, the way the exit sits right at the end of the curve of Artesia, and that there is street parking, and there was a big SUV parked right there. There was no way I could see oncoming traffic coming out of that. I had to ease out into aviation. I'm wondering if there could be some requirement for signage or mirrors or some way for people to have a better view of what traffic that they're about to be confronted with. Because as we know, when there's a lot of traffic, there's an awful lot of traffic. And when there's not, the traffic goes by very fast. There's a lot of high speed traffic through there in the non-commute time. So it's a pretty dangerous street. Is this something that anyone has considered?
I will put that I do believe there is a mirror there on the north side of that exit. I'll have to double check, but I believe that was included in the original build.
So beyond that, do you think some signage, warning people about oncoming traffic?
I'm certainly not opposed.
Okay. All right. And as far as the types of pets that you're going to be including in your practice, you're going to be doing any exotics or any birds?
That is not currently the plan. Just between my partner and I, neither one of us is aviary geared, but not something we have ruled out.
So if you do have birds in your facility, maybe those sliding glass doors need to be closed?
It would not be in the same section of the facility.
Okay. I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. What about reptiles?
Also falls into the not something my partner and I currently treat, but not something we would rule out.
Okay. All right. Question for staff. If there were to be a mirror on the exit, does that fall under the city's jurisdiction through traffic or public works, or on the applicant as something that you would want to do because it's actually on city property?
Right. I mean, it would be if it can be designed so it can be on private property, we would consult with our traffic engineer to see if it could be incorporated somehow onto the private property. Otherwise, I mean, on the street, that would be an engineering determination.
So that's something we might want to finesse in our conditions. Yeah. Commissioner Arm.
From past planning commission meetings, I seem to recall that mirrors are not an approved traffic technique. So we probably couldn't put it in as a condition. People may choose to do it on their private, privately, but it probably would not be something that we would want to put in as a mandated condition. That was my understanding. I could be wrong, but I know we've had other discussions in the past where it was brought up. Just wanted to bring that up.
A friendly recommendation,
Well, not as a condition.
No,
if it's a
recommendation, Okay, Commissioner Gaddis?
I guess this might have been answered, but I didn't quite, I don't quite have it clear in my mind. Somebody who would buy this property, let's say, 10 years from now, what within this permit would prevent them from turning this place into a, full-time kennel?
So full kennel only business is not allowed as a standalone business in Redondo under the current zoning code provisions. Now and then the conditions of approval of this resolution specifically state it is for a veterinary clinic with ancillary kenneling or boarding services. So any subsequent owner would be subject to the conditions of the CUP unless they came forward with an application for an amendment that would once again then go before the Planning Commission.
Okay, so it's a bit of a judgment call in a way. That is, if somebody comes in and they reduce the clinical services to a very small amount, but they kennel a lot of animals. Basically, the city can come in and say, okay, well, this violates your CUP.
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
I don't see any other questions, so I think it might be time for a motion to close the public hearing, perhaps.
Yeah, or I just, and so I just want to confirm for the record, there were no e-comments that came in on this item. Sorry, let me just refresh real quick.
And there was the blue folder.
No e-comments and no one signed up to speak.
Okay, all right, thank you.
For the record. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, so if someone wants to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, by
Second.
Commissioner Godek, and the second from
Mr. Gaddis.
Commissioner Gaddis. Okay, very good. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
None, I see none opposed, so ordered. All right, very good. So now we will deliberate the item before us. I think we have a couple of possible suggestions. I'd like to see something added for the noise, that be spelled out a little bit more rather than just let the applicant. I think there are some you mentioned some kind of STC levels for noise.
Yeah, Chairman, if I may, I'm crafting crafting a condition that's typical for when we have concerns about noise, requiring a noise consultant to confirm the noise insulation elements of the construction.
Yes, right. Very good. Perfect. Thank you. All right. And well, then I say we don't have to worry about parking on this one because there's plenty of parking. Wow. This is, there's always a little lining somewhere.
It's unusual.
Right. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the maximum number. So I think that, 30 was in the business plan, inclusive of the 6 pet care, and the applicant had stated that 25 was their kind of goal, but they were open to less. I think a number of 25 or even as low as 20, I think would be a reasonable maximum for the kenneling. And my reasoning is that the pets per day are 30 to 50, and so as I understand, this needs to be a secondary use or minor use. So that's where I'm between 20 and 25 for the max kenneling. And then I'm okay with Chair Paparo's additional noise condition, but I didn't have any other conditions than those two.
So it'd be nice to have stated specifically the maximum number of animals.
And condition 2 for kenneling.
Yeah, I think that's important. And think about it. If you're sending your kids to boarding school, you're looking at the teacher-student ratio, right? So you don't want too many too crammed in. So if that's the goal, I think we need to put a maximum in there. Because we don't set precedent. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the first one like this, with actual kenneling, even though we didn't want standalone kenneling businesses. One question for staff then, if we set a condition at, 20 animals for overnight boarding or kenneling, and down the road, neighbors are all happy, everyone loves the business, they want to expand, they can come back and try to expand that condition of their CUP, is that right?
Yes, they can. They can come in for an amendment to the CUP.
An amendment. Okay, so I have 20, I want 25 or 30, and all my neighbors, or no complaints. So, okay.
So are you saying like 20 for boarding and then the 5 for the blanco for a total of 25? Just to be clear.
Well, I think, so under condition 2 is the animal kenneling condition. So I think that would be a maximum of 20. Care of sick pets isn't its own condition. I think it's kind of covered under condition 1, but currently doesn't have a number. So I don't know if you want to say 5 or 10 or you need to say total inclusive of 30 or something. I don't know. But,
yeah, so 10 for clinic and 20 for boarding.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
One question for Lena on condition 10. Since condition 9 changed about the exterior sliding glass doors, condition 10 says that the HVAC will be such and all windows and doors remain closed at all times. Do we need to change condition 10 since the sliding glass doors will now be opened at some time?
Yeah, we certainly can add language at the end of that to say exclusive of the sliding glass doors on the second level.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to have contradictory conditions. So,
if I may on that, I think that the point of that particular condition is that it's adequately sized. So you still want it to be able to serve those rooms. Even,
okay.
So when they're, so it's adequately sized so that if those doors and windows are closed, those rooms are also served.
Okay, so I have to enable all windows and doors to remain closed all the time.
Which kind of brings up the whole aeration of the building, and I don't know if these types of buildings necessitate special, filters and everything, because the stench would just be unbearable with everything closed windows and everything. So I don't know, Director Forbes, is there a standard for things like this, or?
I'm going to turn that over to the applicant. I think that there are standards. When we were reviewing a couple of years ago, when we were reviewing the possibility of just allowing kenneling, period, I think that there were state requirements for various concerns such as odor, ventilation, disposal of waste. So there are different health standards at the state level, but I don't know those offhand, and I'm presuming that the applicant is aware of what those are.
Okay, so does that mean we have to reopen the public hearing?
It would.
Yeah. Anyone have any comments on this, whether we should reopen the public hearing to have a comment on this?
I would just say, Chair, that if there's a state requirement, they're going to have to meet that state requirement. We don't have a requirement as a municipality on what that ventilation needs to be.
Okay, I guess I'd like to put some kind of wordage. I don't know if Sean can finesse something that, state mandates for ventilation shall be adhered to.
I mean, those are inherent with the building code requirements.
They are, okay, all right. Yeah, because I just want to make sure. Okay. Commissioner On.
No, if I may real quick, actually, Sean, I think that the regulations for kennels were not under the building code. So I would say this, I would add that as any state regulations.
Any applicable.
I think it would be, for anything for the people working there, because the air is just not going to be the healthiest of airs. So we want to make sure no corners are cut in the build of the facility so that everyone is healthy. Commissioner On.
Yeah. In regard to condition number 2 and the cap on the boarding, I know a number of 20 was proposed. I'd like us to consider that number to be 25, since they're designing 25. It would kind of, I don't know. I feel kind of bad saying, well, I know you're putting in 25, but we're going to cap you at 20, so you can have 5 empty.
5 and 5 clinical. So 25 board and 5 clinical would be a max.
Right, but with respect to the boarding, capping it at 25.
Right, the kenneling. We're calling that the kenneling, and then the other one is clinical boarding.
Right. And then the second one was just making sure that on condition number 9, that the exception of allowing the exterior sliding glass doors to be open would only be during the clinic business hours. And that was it for me.
Okay, Sean, have you got all that?
Yeah, I think so. I might need a little help on the ventilation one. I apologize, Chair Topro. I was having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So condition 9, adding a sentence, sliding glass doors to the end of that condition. Sliding glass doors shall remain closed when the clinic is closed. So condition 2, but I don't know if there's consensus on this. So let me skip that one. I've got language in the middle of that sentence. Condition 20, again, I just threw this together. It has to do with the traffic safety element that Commissioner Boswell discussed, and it says traffic caution, safety signage, use of mirrors and or red curbing to improve traffic egress safety as approved necessary by the city's traffic engineer shall be confirmed prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Nice, very nice.
Okay. Condition 21, prior to the issuance of a building permit, a licensed acoustical engineer shall confirm noise attenuation measures required to comply with the city's noise ordinance.
Yeah, but I also want to make sure that it has this STC, the materials. Can we specify? Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they would do the acoustical engineer will review those materials. They'll model like a barking dog or number of barking dogs, and then they can tell by the materials how what's required of those materials in order to bring the noise down to comply with the city's. So we don't know what those standards are until they analyze it.
Okay, so this is done before the build. It's not like
this is done during plan check and prior to.
All right, very good, very good. Yeah, I don't want it to be built and
Yes.
Yeah, corners.
And then maybe a little help, Brandy, on the
Yeah.
ventilation.
I found that agenda item.
Oh, great.
With council. So it was under the California Health and Safety Code, under the veterinary public health and safety portion of the regulations. So I would just say that it needs to comply with the veterinary public health and safety regulations, including pet boarding facilities regulations.
Okay, that sounds very good.
Perfect.
Yeah. And there's one more, right? The one about the number of animals.
Oh, yeah.
I think we pretty much, I think 25 to 5, 25.
Yeah, I've got, okay, so condition 2, animal kenneling, i.e. overnight boarding of pets shall be allowed as an incidental use to the primary veterinary clinic services and is limited to a maximum of 30 pets, 25 of which can be kenneled animals ancillary to the clinic operations with overnight supervision as stated in the business plan submitted with the application.
Yeah, and I think it'd be good to spell out 5 of the clinically boarded. So that
Okay.
makes a total of 30, so there's no wiggle room there, that
Okay.
the language is clear. Not to exceed 30 animals in total, and that's the bottom line. So if 7 are clinically boarded, then that means that 23 will be kenneled. Okay, so we have the windows, we have.
That's it.
We've got the ventilation, and we've got the amount. Those were the 4 items, correct? So if we're about there, we might be ready for a motion. And who will be brave enough to make that motion? Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, just a quick confirmation of the other commissioners. Is everyone comfortable with the 25 and the 30 number?
Commissioner Dennis?
Everyone can just chime in.
So the 25, is that, Commissioner Hensley, is that inclusive of the animals being treated clinically and the boarded animals?
Currently, as drafted, it's 25 kenneled. So normal boarding / kenneling is 25, and then sick care is 5 for a total of 30.
Okay.
So you
So
could
basically what the applicant proposed in her application.
So you have 7 clinically boarded, but then you'd only have 23 kenneled.
Yeah.
So
Right, so is it, I just want to make sure, Sean, how that's worded. It would be no more than 25 kenneled, no more than 30 animals boarded total.
Correct. Okay.
Just that gives that flexibility that Commissioner Toboro was
If you have-
talking about, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you have 20 kenneled, you can have 10 sick care pets
Right, exactly.
boarded.
So it gives
No
the
more than,
flexibility.
one more time on that. So no more than 20, I had it,
No more than 25 for
25.
kennel purposes, no more than 30 total boarded.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me, over Zoom, there's no easy way to do this. So let me just go down the row of commissioners real quick before I try a motion. Commissioner Godek is 25 and 30.
Wait, I think we have some comments here. I think Commissioner Gaddis, do you have something you wanted to?
I do. It seems to me, I'm just thinking ahead to, the number of animals kenneled is within a planned event. That is, they take reservations in advance that they're going to kennel some animals who are not being clinically treated necessarily. And, you know, as soon as it gets to the 26th calls in and says, hey, it's Thanksgiving, I'd like to bring my animal over. And they say, well, we're only allowed to have 25 kenneled animals. When it comes to the clinically treated animals, they might not, you know, that's not really something I believe that you can plan, because you have so many animals coming through the clinic of varying levels of sickness and health. And you might determine, you know, you already have 25 animals kenneled, but you have 26 that really should be kept overnight. So I'm wondering if we could just limit the kenneled animals and leave it more flexible for those animals that are so sick they really need an overnight stay. Does anyone agree with me on that one?
That's the whole point, is that exactly that there is flexibility. So if they end up.
Well, I think Commissioner, if I hear Commissioner Gaddis right, he's saying that 5 is not enough. That like if you have 25 kenneled and you have 5 sick pets and you get a sixth pet, you can't take it because you're over 30. Is that what I heard?
Yeah,
it is the
break
that I'm
I just gonna grow up, you know.
What? Yeah, I think Chair Tupper's concern is that, you know, you have 25 kenneled pets and you have 25 sick pets. You end up with 50 animals, you know, in the building.
Right.
Yeah, and I that would not be a good circumstance, but I don't know that there's a lot of planning or control over the number of sick pets you might have to keep overnight on any given night. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why the typically boarded amount is sliding. So it can be more than 5. They could have 10. They could have 30 clinically.
Agreed. But if you already have 25, okay, so it's, you know, 3 in the afternoon and 25 boarded pets have been checked in. So they're already there. The owners have flown off to Hawaii or wherever. And now you have 6 very sick animals who should be kept overnight. They'll technically be above that 30 limit. I'm just saying it might make sense to just limit the boarded animals who are not being clinically treated and leave the other part flexible. That's all I'm suggesting.
Well, I think that's part of time management and you know, the breaks. I mean, it's going to the hospital, if all the hospital beds are full and you're dying, you're just going to have to go to another hospital, right? I mean, so that's just life.
Okay. Yeah, I think the kenneling is more planned. So, for example, if you have 7 sick pets, then you reduce your kenneling amount. So I do see, you know, both sides. That's why I'm trying to figure out what everyone can kind of agree on before I try to make a motion. So if it's possible, maybe can I hear from Commissioner Godek and Commissioner Boswell?
Yeah.
So 25 kenneled pets and 5 sick pets, maximum 30. What are your thoughts?
As far as I'm concerned, if we're talking this many animals, changing 5 one way or another, or even 10 one way or another, probably isn't going to make that much of a difference as far as noise. I think a bigger thing would be if there are noise issues, having somebody there supervising in person versus a nanny cam would make a much bigger difference as far as keeping things quieter. If you've got one dog that's going off all night, then it's going to set off all the other dogs. And if there's nobody there to kind of like do something to calm the storm, then that could just keep feeding itself.
Yeah. So are you proposing to change the condition that the overnight is on site? Because currently it's not in the conditions that way.
I believe that Dr. Hicks had mentioned that there's a trigger for when they have to have, like there's a certain number of animals, and at that point, then they have to have.
Oh, is that it? Oh, okay.
They have to have somebody on site.
Okay, that works. Yeah, but you know, I mean, I'm kind of either way as far as limiting the number. I don't think at that point it's going to make that much of a difference.
Okay, and Commissioner Boswell?
Yes, I'm not sure why we're so fixated on this number 25 or this number 30. These are basically figures that Dr. Hicks came up with in a business plan that are entirely theoretical. And if we limit her to those numbers, we don't allow for what happens when the business gets going and reality presents itself. And it turns out that she doesn't need as many big kennels. She could have quite a few more smaller kennels because maybe the demand it turns out to be mostly for small dogs or small pets. And she has the ability, sound wise to, have this not bothering the neighbors. So what's wrong with 40 kennels? If it fits in the space and she's a doctor of veterinarian science, she would know what's humane and she would know what's doable as far as boarding goes. She has already told us that she has a lot of experience running these clinics. I'm not sure why we would want to limit her just based on a process that sounds like, well, we sketched out what's going to fit for luxury kennels in this particular space. She will know whether she needs to adjust that to make smaller kennels and fit more animals. And we already know that the sound isn't going to be an issue because you're going to mitigate that with dampening technologies. So why go with 25? Why even go with 30? Why not allow her up to 40 without having to come back to the Planning Commission and state her case?
At least for me personally, is that kenneling is only allowed as a subservient use to the animal hospital. And if you have, 40 sick pets and 40 kenneled pets, and those are equal uses in my mind, and they're not, kenneling is not adding to the vet. They're equal. And in Redondo, we didn't want to have kenneling as its own use, but yeah. So it sounds like I don't hear a lot of consensus on any number.
It is a sizable 2-floor facility, and it looks like a pretty good size room there. And 25 is based on her expectation that certain kennels of certain sizes are what's going to fit in there. And all I'm saying is that a year or 2 years down the road, she might find nobody, we're not really getting good use out of these large kennels for the big dogs because people aren't kenneling their big dogs here. They're wanting their small dogs to be kenneled. So she could replace one large kennel with maybe 3 smaller ones and better service her clients. I'm not sure that turns the whole thing into a kennel or even makes it a majority kennel business. I think this would still, based on the fact that square footage isn't going to change, just the utilization of that square footage. I think what we're denying her is the ability to be flexible in how she wants to run her business and what her particular product mix should be to optimize her profitability.
Yeah,
the city of Redondo has a policy of no kennels. And so if we set a precedent with this particular application, then, that's why I think the limit of 30 makes sense to keep it in check. And, we don't want to be running a puppy mill either here in Redondo with a lot of dogs. I don't think it's what the residents want because we don't have a kenneling ordinance, and it wouldn't be fair to others who've applied in the past, to change in light of the fact that we do not allow kennels. So we're just pushing that boundary, and I think 30, is a very nice compromise
But we do allow kennels if they're an ancillary business to a veterinarian clinic, and to allow her the option of going to higher numbers without expanding floor space changes nothing other than her ability to serve her clients, which is something that I think she should be allowed to do if she makes that determination. Like I said before, she's a doctor of veterinarian science. She'll know what the number is. She'll know what a too large of a number is. She'll know when it's too crowded in there. And she will hopefully use her professional judgment to make sure that the kenneling aspect, ancillary business to the main business, is managed properly. I think we should give her the benefit of the doubt that she knows what she's doing.
I think she does know what she's doing because she has proposed 30 in her proposal. So, Commissioner Gaddis.
And that's just an estimate.
So the 30 is in her plan and such. But as it stands with the staff recommendation, there isn't necessarily a cap. Am I correct about that? Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm worried that if we cap the thing, the last thing I'd want is for a sick animal that really should be there overnight to not be allowed there overnight for treatment just because they happen to have, 25 kenneled animals who aren't sick, 5 who are sick. Oh, you're the 6th one. Sorry, tough luck. I just, that's just not a good scenario from my perspective. So I would be in favor of certainly capping the number of non-clinically treated animals who are being there, but leaving some flexibility on the other side of that in terms of clinically. I mean, the thing is, people who are leaving their animals who are sick at a clinic, it's pretty expensive. This is not, not a trivial decision from an expense standpoint. So, and the other sort of concern that if we leave it uncapped is that a subsequent owner of taking or using the conditional use permit would then basically use it as a clinic, and I understand that can be enforced. But the other question is, if we don't allow kennels, but this is going to be a kennel plus a clinic, I mean, I guess we can reconcile that, but I mean, the fact is, it is a kennel and a clinic, right? Am I incorrect about that?
It is mainly a clinic that can, by code, offer kenneling as part of their services.
That's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, let me try one more before I try a motion here. For Commissioner Gaddis, if I lowered the kenneling amount and kept the 30 capped, because I have the same concerns of too many animals there overnight, does that give better resolution? Like, is it if we kept it at 20 kenneling and 30 pets, that would mean 20% of the pets that walked in that day all needed overnight care.
Well, I'd be in favor of 25 limit on kenneled animals non-clinical treatment, and then I would just stay flexible on those animals who happen to come in the door that day after these 25 have been dropped off. Just stay more flexible, and I don't know what the expectation is as to how many animals would end up having to stay overnight, but I can tell you that it is it's not a trivial thing to leave your pet at a hospital overnight. Okay. People aren't going to abuse that. I'm not worried about them abusing that. So I'm in favor of a cap of 25 kenneling and then just leaving the rest of it flexible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm worried about not this particular applicant, but again, future bad actors of okay, I have 25 kenneled pets and suddenly I have 25 more needing overnight care, and they're all one dropper of water and calling it overnight care just so I can kennel more pets. You end up with 50 pets in the place. So,
well, I would hope we could detect such abuse. I don't know the answer to that, but it seems to me, as a city staff, we'd be able to detect. Okay, this is being abused. Am I correct about that, Lena?
Yes, I mean, typically, we'd, I'm sure, it would come to us through likely resident complaints or, that they're seeing, increased activity beyond what was normally operating under the prior business, right? So that's usually how it comes to our attention. And then, and then we would investigate that and do a compliance check to see.
Okay. All right, I'll give a motion a try, and then
Wait, Commissioner Gaddis has Godek has a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I think the number of kennels is really going to be the limiting factor of the number of dogs that stay there. it would be a huge liability risk for them to put multiple dogs into a kennel. They can get into fights, et cetera, et cetera. They can pass off illnesses. I can't imagine that they would be putting multiple dogs in kennels, operating a boarding facility. So if they have a limited number of kennels, that will go a long way in limiting the number of dogs in and of itself. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you to all the commissioners for the feedback. Making a motion is sometimes tough. So I'll give it a try then, Sean. So I'll make a motion to approve by, approved by title only, the resolution of the Planning Commission of Redondo Beach approving the exemption declaration and granting the request for the conditional use permit to allow the operation of the veterinary clinic within the existing commercial building on the property located in a commercial C2 zone at 1436 Aviation Boulevard, with the following modifications to the conditions. To modify condition 2 to limit the overnight boarding to 25 pets, not to exceed a total of 30 pets. And to modify condition 9 to, I had language to say during business hours, the sliding glass doors are open. And then to add condition 21, to add condition 20. Sorry, Sean, might help with the language. Can you show me what you have drafted?
Yeah, traffic caution, safety signage, use of mirrors and or red curbing to improve traffic egress safety as approved necessary by the city's traffic engineer shall be confirmed prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Yeah, that's condition 20. And then condition 21 is the California Health and Safety Code.
No, 21 was prior to the issuance of a building permit, a licensed acoustical engineer confirm noise attenuation measures to comply with the city's noise ordinance.
Okay, and condition 22 is the California Health and Safety Code?
Yes, the clinic and boarding facilities shall comply with the California Health and Safety Code, veterinary and kenneling ventilation requirements.
Okay, so Sean, do you think you can share that? We can all take a look at it.
Oh, yes. Where's that screen?
And Commissioner Hensley, just to clarify, this is the version that was based off the version that was submitted as a blue folder item.
Yes, thank you. Modifying the blue folder resolution.
Yes, good point.
Okay, are you able to see that, everybody?
Yeah.
A little small.
Yeah, let me, oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. 25 kennel pets and a maximum of 30 boarded pets. So this is the condition 9 up on top. That was the first one we went at. And I had sliding glass doors shall remain closed when the clinic is closed.
Or should we just put the business hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then condition 2, which as Commissioner Hensley stated, with no more than 25 kenneled pets and a maximum of 30 boarded pets.
And that's clear, Director Forbes, the difference between kenneled and boarded, even though it's not really defined in the code.
Yeah.
We intend to mean 25.
Clinically boarded. Clinically boarded.
Yeah.
I think
Or we could
one,
say, or non-hospitalized, right?
well, condition 1 calls it overnight care of 6 pets. So no more than 25 kenneled pets and maximum of 30 total pets or 30.
I should go next.
30 total pets.
So I thought we were talking about not limiting the number of clinically boarded pets that they could allow. Wouldn't that do this? Wouldn't this do that?
Yeah, I would prefer to have a cap on it. And that's my preference. And if these are the applicant's numbers, and I haven't reduced it from what they originally requested. And then if their business goes gangbusters and they're doing great and they want to come back and expand, they're more than welcome to. So.
I think.
Or can we say like no more than 25 non-medically kenneled pets?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And a maximum of 30 boarded pets.
Total pets. Yeah, just say total pets. Total boarded pets or something. Yeah, that's good.
Really? Okay.
And
That's
then
fine.
you see the other conditions.
Yeah. And again, just to clarify, this is the blue folder resolution.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Commissioner Ung.
Okay, Commissioner On. All right. I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Commissioner Boswell.
Okay.
Commissioner Gaddis.
Aye.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
And myself, yes, the motion passes. Congratulations, Dr. Hicks. We are looking forward to your business. And the building is quite an eyesore. So it's going to be wonderful to have it renovated and put some life in it and make it a dynamic part of our city. So thank you for doing the work that you're going to do on this building.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, very good. Okay, well, on that note, we will move to item J2, which is the public hearing for consideration of an exemption declaration, planning commission design review, and coastal development permit to allow the construction of additional an attached garage to an existing building on a legal non-conforming property located within a commercial C2 zone at 607 South Pacific Coast Highway. And the applicant is Scott Chernoff of Cumberland Holdings. So we've already administered the oath, so I just need a motion to reopen the public hearing, please.
Real quick, I don't think that we got a confirmation from Louis Coda.
Oh, you're right. Yes. So Louis Coda, let me get the, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself so that I can read to you the, no, I lost the oath. Where is the oath? I have it on. Here we go. Can I hear from Mr. Louis Coda? Can you unmute yourself? If you're planning to speak for this item, I need you to confirm the oath. Can you hear me? On your Zoom, you have a little at the corner, the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there's a mute and unmute. So if you can unmute yourself if you wish to speak. Okay, well, I don't think he wants to speak or doesn't know how to unmute yourself. So what do we do here?
At this point, he can't speak.
So I guess it's a non-issue, but I do want to give him full opportunity
This is Scott Chernoff. I apologize for interrupting. Can I say something real quickly?
Well, just as long as it's only related to Dakota.
Well, there's other people.
Louis to speak.
There's other people that are wanting to speak. They tell me they can see, but I don't think they're having the ability to participate, and they were invited to participate. And one of them has a young child, and she's got a 9 o'clock kind of hard fast, hard stop.
So let's, so Lena, did Mr. Coda leave a phone number or something to try to reach him otherwise, or?
He's my architect, and I don't think he's going to be critical here, in my opinion.
Okay, all right then. So, are there any other people that are going to speak on this, Lena?
Yes, Rebecca Rumsley.
Excuse me.
So yes,
The public hearing is still closed.
Yes, so we do have 3 members of the public signed up to speak. We have Kimos, Junko Hall, and Rebecca Rumsey.
Okay, all right. Okay, very good then. So if we can then have a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, very good.
Second.
Commissioner Godek and a second by Commissioner Hensley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, so ordered. The open public hearing is open. And so now we need to do an oath for the 3 people that are waiting in line, right, Lena?
Yes, yes.
So
we,
why don't we just do that right now? So
yes.
let me get the open.
Yeah, so if everyone waiting to speak on this topic, if you can just unmute real quick, and then the chair will administer an oath, and then you can take the oath after she's administered it.
Okay, so this is for Junko Hall, Randall Kimos, and Rebecca Rumsey. Do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Junko Hall,
Yes.
Randall Kimos? We can't hear you. Hello, Randall Kimos? Rebecca Rumsey?
Yes.
Okay, Randall Kimos, can you hear us? We need to confirm the oath if you wish to speak on this topic. Okay, we're not getting anything. One more try for Louis Cota for the oath. No, okay. All right, what do you suggest, Lena, for Randall Kimos?
Well, we can ask him, once we get to the public participation, then we can just administer the oath again at that time.
Okay, all right, well, let's do that then. Okay, so the public hearing is now open. And so we will take presentation from, I believe it's Antonio.
Thank you, Chair Topero. So tonight we have before the commission, the Planning Commission Design Review and Coastal Development Permit for the structural alteration of, in addition to an existing garage and mixed-use non-conforming structure. The applicant has been working with staff to arrive at the project before you now, but at the behest of the staff, undertook efforts to work with the surrounding property owners and address their concerns. And that's kind of why this project has taken kind of a long time to actually come before you. The Planning Commission Design Review is twofold. One, it's required because there's a structural alteration and addition to a non-conforming use, and also because there's a modification to the required rear and side setbacks. Let's see if I can. Great. So the project is on the west side of PCH. It's zoned as C2. The lot area is 10,840 square feet in size, and it has a 2-bedroom apartment on the 2nd floor and a 2,891 square foot commercial tenant space on the ground floor. Again, the property is legal non-conforming because it's a mixed-use structure which was built in 1960 on a commercially zoned lot. And mixed-use buildings are not permitted in the C2 zone. They're only allowed in the MU zones. The building is constructed at an angle and thereby has points that are as close as 4 feet 7 inches to the rear property line, where the 20 feet is required, and that's shown by the red line. On this, it's shaded in where the portion of the building that is encroaching into that required rear setback. Because of this, it creates a couple of challenges. Now, the staff, we did talk to the applicant about a variety of different layouts of revisions to the buildings, removing portions of the building, and having that space in the back, and looking at different parking configurations, different site configurations. And we, through that process, we always found that there was going to be a net loss of parking spaces. And so the way that the building is laid out now makes the most efficient sense for the use of the property. The building right now, this is the view as it looks today. The garage is somewhat undersized. Is the minimum required for a typical garage is 7 feet 4 inches clear with the door open. And as you can judge from the door that faces forward, the height, typical doors are about 7 feet, and that's what you have for the garage door now. So it's quite undersized, where standard floor to ceiling heights for, typical floor plate heights for garages and buildings in general, it's going to be somewhere between 9.5 feet to 10 feet. Now, this is the site plan showing the location down here of the new addition to the garage, the storage area. It's 195 square feet total. It's fairly de minimis. The standards for the findings for the Planning Commission design review relate to design issues, which were noted in the staff report. And we've worked with the applicant to make modifications to the roof design so that it's more reflective of the current condition of the main building, the principal use. But there's 6 criteria that are related to non-conforming uses that are a little bit more critical, and I'm going to go through those with you. I know that they're in the staff report, but I think it's important to talk about those. So first is that the addition would not have an adverse impact to the surrounding properties. And typically what we, obviously judging from the prior item that we looked at tonight, one of the things that we look at is sound. The other is going to be odors or traffic impacts. And none of those items are going to occur as a result of this addition to this building. The other thing that we look at is potential for light or glare or shade and shadows that are cast on the neighboring properties, which that'll be addressed here shortly. The addition doesn't exacerbate the non-conforming condition, which is the second criteria. It would be a setback at the minimum 4 feet 7 inches, which is the same as the existing building is placed from the rear property line at the closest point. The project does not attempt to add any more units. The density remains the same. The height is substantially below the maximum, and the floor area is also below the maximum of 0.5 FAR. There was a question from one of the neighboring property owners in regards to the potential for doing an ADU or converting this garage to an ADU. That's not allowed per state law because that's only allowed in the residentially zoned properties, and this is commercially zoned, so we would prohibit that. So that couldn't happen in this instance. Back to the criteria. The site layout doesn't decrease the capability to provide on-site parking. The site's configured in a way that it's gonna actually be parked in excess of that which is required. That's kind of highlighted in the staff report. But again, we looked at the different ways to reconfigure the lot and do things with the non-conforming rear setback, but the parking would be challenging, and there'd be a net loss of parking spaces between 4 and 5 spaces, which would limit what you could do with the building, use to the building. So that's something that we did take a look at. We spent a lot of time on. The addition doesn't result in a parking deficiency as outlined in the staff report. A total of 14 parking spaces are required for the existing uses, and a total of 15 are provided. It's not possible to replace the apartment with a conforming use because of the size of the apartment. It would require 5 more additional parking spaces. And there's also the state SB 230 laws with no net housing loss provisions, which we have to abide by. So we can't issue permits where there's going to be a loss of a housing unit. The structure is conforming again in terms of height and parking floor area, and it is legal non-conforming because of the second floor apartment. And in terms of the local coastal plan, it's consistent. The local coastal plan did take a look at the sub area, and there was several properties which are purely residential before the zone change. This whole corridor, these 2 blocks were between Sapphire and Topaz, were zoned as all commercial. but that's changed over time. So those are the 6 criteria that I wanted to highlight there for a second, and that's what the basis for your decision tonight. The east elevation faces the street, and notice that there's no windows on the west elevation. The side that faces the residence is on the wire, so there's no potential for privacy impacts. On both elevations, the drawing shows the sloping roof, which staff insisted on to reflect the current design of the building, as I mentioned before. And based on staff's site observations, the height would be lower than the existing communication lines, which was also something that was noted in one of the correspondences that was sent in. The south elevation shows how this property backs up to the neighbors. The building is at an angle, and the tallest portion would be approximately 8 feet 6 inches away from the property line, which is the diagram here. And it's kind of that diagonal you see at the corner there. I think you can kind of see it here in red. It's that, I'll show my cursor here. This corner right here is the tallest point in the building because it does jog back and forth. The report outlines there are other jurisdictions that use an encroachment angle to determine height, limitations on height, and in many instances it's a 45-degree angle. And as you can see here, with a wall that's built at the maximum height of 8 feet between properties that are of different zones, different zoning classifications, like we have here, where one is commercially zoned and the neighbors are residentially zoned. The addition is going to be virtually at the same angle, 48 degrees, as a 30-foot tall building placed 20 feet from the property line. You would see at this encroachment plane, if a building was built at 30 feet, at 20 feet away from the property line, it would have essentially the same visual effect as this. So in comparison to the neighboring condo units, those are built at 28 feet at a 15-foot setback, and those have an angle of 56 degrees, which is a lot taller, so you see more of the building. That's just in comparison to the neighboring property, which is zoned as high density residential. Different zoning, different circumstances, more intense development there. This is a diagram or a rendering that was shared with the neighbors. It shows an early depiction of the proposed garage. It's approximately 2 feet taller than what we came to that staff had kind of negotiated with the property owner to reduce it down to. But this kind of shows you how that would look and the angle of the roof, which again, we insisted on to make sure that it kind of had a design consistency throughout. The staff recommends that we open the public hearing and accept all the testimony. We have received several correspondences both for and against the project, and we recommend approval. We recommend that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution finding that the addition is exempt from CEQA and approving the Planning Commission design of the coastal development permit. And with that, as the applicant mentioned, there are several people that wanted to speak on this item, and unfortunately we are not going to be able to hear from the applicant's architect, who I work with on and off on this project. And that concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions from the presentation or staff? Okay, I don't see anyone. So maybe we'd like to hear from the applicant.
Yes, good evening. I'm Scott Chernoff, and I appreciate everyone's time tonight, especially as we get into a long evening so far. Antonio, can you bring up, I have a brief presentation. Absolutely. Are you able to share that on the screen?
Yes. Can you all see it?
Yeah, so you can go to the next, okay. So just real briefly, a little bit about who I am. I'm a 25-year South Bay resident. My wife and I purchased this property in April 2018. We've been looking for several years to buy a building in Redondo and got very excited about the potential for this property. We found it, we thought it was an unloved gem of real estate and something that could, our family could own and improve and take a lot of pride in. We're active in the Redondo Beach lifestyle. We like supporting the businesses. We love riding our bikes down there. We love supporting the stores and businesses, etc. We started our quest renovating the apartment. It was pretty dilapidated, and we have you can hold it right there for a second. That's what it looked like. People may recall a couple of years ago, I'm sure you appreciated the removal of that tent that was up there for decades. It was one of the first things we did, and completely renovated the apartment, all to code, all to permit. And we have a young family living there who is going to be speaking tonight. And then we moved to the first floor, and we'll talk about that. And I just have, there's another picture here of what the property used to look like. And then this is, again, and I call attention, people may have forgotten that there was 2 non-conforming structures that were there for decades back in that corner, that one of the first things I did was remove those. And it's my opinion that what I'm proposing is a lot less intrusive and more architecturally pleasing than those structures. So you can move on here. So Antonio showed this with you. This is the right side, obviously, is an actual picture of what's there. Because of my spec on the improvements of the building, I was able to recruit a really great tenant, Pedigo Electric Bikes, who was able to expand their business and are very happy there. You can go to the next slide, please. You know, what I was really, Antonio covered this, but my project rationale, this was something that I asked about before I bought the property with the city. You know, I knew there's no guarantees, but I asked if this was something that could be considered. And I did get that feedback, and we've worked for over 2 years to try and propose something that is good and balanced, and we've done our best to address neighboring concerns. I've reduced the scope of the project. This is my 3rd time, and hope that the commission finds that it's reasonable. It's going to complete the renovation of the entire site, and I think we can go to the next page. Soon after I had some initial renderings in my first proposal, I reached out to the neighbors. I've gotten support for essentially everybody to the east of me and to the north of the south. We have one of the neighbors to the south who's going to be speaking tonight. And I have letters from basically a number of the people from the north and south and east. And there's been some correspondence from the people on Elvira. I've personally reached out to them numerous times and done everything I can to appease their concerns. Go to the next slide, please. This is a fence directly behind my property at 604. That fence is falling down onto my property. I have reached out to that homeowner numerous times to offer to contribute to a new fence and actually move the fence to its proper legal line, which is farther east, which would give him more of his legal lot line and less square footage. And I'm trying to be a good neighbor, and I haven't heard back from him on that. So I'm doing everything I can to reach out, and the neighbors directly to the south of that right after I purchased the building, they asked me to contribute to their fence, and I did without hesitation. Next slide, please. I've taken a lot of pride in I really enjoy landscaping and been able to balance the site with beautiful palm trees and other landscaping. And I think this will provide some nice balance to the site and shading and a nice appearance to the south and west. And just in conclusion, you know, Antonio very professionally, and I appreciate all the work Antonio and Sean has done. It's been great to work with them, and they've gone over the project considerations. But from my perspective, I really don't see how views are impacted at all. I went back and looked at that, especially when you compare it to the structures that were there before. And then I'm going to have hopefully, if this gets approved, I'm going to have a property I'm going to be very proud of. I think personally it provides better screening from Pacific Coast Highway. We've had problems in the past with some undesirable activity back in that corner because of the vacant lot. And I think that will provide a natural barrier to that and a hindrance. And I really believe there's like zero environmental impact here. It's just a slight increase in the size of the garage. The garage is very undersized. I could barely get 2 cars in there, barely get bikes in there, and etc. So I think that's it. That's my, yeah. And, you know, one last thing. I have 2 daughters coming out of college. It's my dream for them to live in the South Bay, and I'm hoping that they will be moving into the apartment. And one of them is a big water person. She loves surfing and waterboarding and all that stuff, stand-up paddleboard. So the size of the garage would accommodate those type of things as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Do any of the commissioners have some questions or comments? Commissioner Godek?
Yes. So is the roof of the garage going to have any mechanical equipment on it?
No.
Okay. And then it looks higher than a standard garage. What's the additional elevated space going to be used for? Just additional storage or?
Well, keep in mind that partially it's higher because the planning directors wanted to see the architectural look. So the sloped ceiling is not going to give me that much. It's kind of going to be an inefficient design in order to get that slope. So the lowest point of the garage is like 14.6 feet, 14 feet, 6 inches. So it's really just, you know, a standard garage height, but with the architectural slope, in order to get that slope, that's why you get the higher point to the north. And there'll probably be some structural components and beams to support that. So I don't see, you know, that's just going to be open space.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for staff. The existing height of the old garage, the apex of the roof was at what height again? Was that 19?
No, the apex of the garage is somewhere more about like 14 feet. It's not very, it's quite undersized for a garage. Typically garages are closer to 15 feet, but it's much shorter than a standard garage.
Okay, so it was 14 feet and now we're up at 19 feet on average for
No, 17 and a half is the tallest point. And at the lowest point, it's 14.6. So if you average it out, it'd be somewhere in the range of like 15 and a half.
You added maybe,
I haven't really taken a look at the math, but
so it's actually,
give me a second, I can figure that one out for you.
so it's just about another 1.5 feet higher than the existing line of sight before, correct? Right.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Well, that's not bad at all. Commissioner Gaddis.
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, the apex of the top of the roof of the existing structure is 14 feet, and the new structure, the highest point of the new structure will be 17 feet. Is that correct?
Right. So on average, it's going to be about 2 feet taller than the existing structure.
Right, but even at its highest point, it's only 3 feet taller.
Somewhere, yeah, about 3.5 feet taller.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, the existing is 15 at the highest point.
Is it 15?
Oh.
It looked much shorter when we were out there. Sean,
Well, it's on the drawings, it's been submitted.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 2.5. So at its highest point, the proposed structure will be 2.5 feet higher than the existing structure. Is correct?
Right. Yeah.
that's correct.
It's not huge. I mean, it's not like a condo going up back there, and yeah. Commissioner,
Yeah, thank you. This question is for staff. Is there any, I know the rear setback, it's at 4 feet 9. What would a conforming rear setback be for a commercial zone?
The commercial zone, the C2 requirement, when it's abutting residential, it's required to be 20 feet. That's the current standard. It's legal non-conforming because in the past, depending on the zoning, there may have been 0 setbacks that were required. So it just depends on the zoning classification.
Okay. And what is the required side setback? In other words, from the south property line, what?
It's 20 feet. The required setback when it's abutting residential property is 20 feet, although the neighboring residential property, the required setback is only 5 feet. I think the rationale behind that is to get space that, of course, to have distance between the residential and commercial buildings, but also to have some space for vehicular parking. I think that's really the intention for that. And again, we took quite a different ways of looking at this, and it's just something that's not, it leads to inefficient designs because of the driveway aisles and things like that. And, you know, think of the required length for space is 19 feet. 20 feet almost jives with that. It's very close to that.
Right. So currently there's what, about a 21-foot setback, something like that, with the existing garage?
Yes, that's correct.
So they're about a foot away from right now what would be a setback, a side setback. So what we're proposing is to encroach about 9 feet into the setback. So now we have an 11-foot setback from the side property, or excuse me, the south property line.
Yes, the south side property line, yes.
Okay, so is that typically, you know, I know, I'm trying to think, I think maybe about 3 years ago, I recall there was a non-conforming commercial property. I think it was on 201 Torrance, in which they wanted to build a second story, and we actually had them conform to the current setbacks. I don't know if you remember that particular property.
Yeah.
It's on, I think it's on the southeast corner of Broadway and Torrance. So I was just kind of curious because when we did an improvement on that particular property, even though the existing building was non-conforming in terms of the setbacks. When the improvement was added, we had them adhere to the setbacks. And I was just kind of curious. It's unusual to see something come before in which we're actually building something that adds a nonconformance, not just, well, we're continuing on with a existing nonconformance, but we're creating a new one.
Right. So that's, it is, there is a provision of the code that allows the setbacks to be modified by the Planning Commission. So that's written into the code. That's why there's Planning Commission design review specifically written for that. I think I recall the building that you're talking about, and that was the old wine connoisseur building. At the northeast corner of Broadway and Torrance, and that one was actually built to the property lines. And when they built the second story, we wanted to bring it in, and because they needed to comply with outdoor usable open space and those types of things, it would kind of fits better when it's placed away from the surrounding properties. And there was concerns about privacy because of the use and how they would be right up against the neighboring properties, kind of leer or they could look over the wall into especially the building to the east. That is lower, it's single story. So there was those types of concerns, and that's why I think we wanted them to adhere to the setback requirements for the residential zone.
Okay, and in this, right, okay. But in this particular case, when you were working with the applicant, you had advised them that they were encroaching on a second dimension. Because, if I were, I'm kind of looking at, why they built that garage, where they did. And it would almost seem like, well, they kind of built it there because that was they were complying with the setback.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, that could have been one of the reasons why they designed it in that position. But the other reason why they may have designed it that way is for vehicular ingress and egress. It's easier to get the vehicles in and out when it's positioned at that location. And your standard two-car garages, they're rectangular in shape, and you want to have unobstructed backup spaces. And so it kind of leaves this kind of 20 by 20 square vacant at the corner.
Yeah, because I just know. Okay, yeah, because I'm kind of looking at it. If I were, coming to you, just as Joe citizen, saying, hey, I want to build a larger garage, you probably would say, well, it's a little short. I'll let you increase the height so you can have a conforming garage door. But hey, Wayne, don't go past another foot or so. I was just wondering.
One of the concerns that we did have when we looked at this is that actual third space really it can't be used as a required parking space because you can't get to it because there could be another car that parks right behind it. So that's one of the things that we did discuss and talk about.
Okay, so essentially, it looks like a garage, but it's an attached storage area.
Yeah, it's in excess of the required parking.
Okay.
Someone you can use it as a garage, but if there's someone parked in that parking space, you're gonna have to move the car in order for you to get out. A couple of the cars. So
okay.
Yeah, we don't count that towards the required parking or any excess parking.
Right. Right. I'm just trying to figure out, at least from a planning department rationale, why, we're encroaching into that setback. Because normally we wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so the is legal non-conforming use. There are some minimum storage requirements for the units. It's 400 cubic feet per unit, and typically that's in spaces that are over the hood of the car, in stairways, other locations. Sometimes people put little tough sheds where they can store, their lawn equipment or whatever kind of things that they may store. So, but we do have some minimum requirements for the lockable storage, and this would satisfy that requirement. So it kind of brings it up to conformance.
But having the 2-car, let's say a larger 2-car garage that didn't encroach into the side setback, but with a higher roof line, would have probably been more conforming.
Yeah, if you can outfit the extra space to have kind of like a pull down attic or something like that, and we can count that towards your. If it meets certain dimensions, we can count that towards your lockable storage as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, thank you, Antonio.
Sure thing.
Okay, do we have any other discussion? All right, then do we want to hear from the other, Lena, we have the couple blue folder items, as well as a couple of people who wish to speak.
Yes, so we do have a few people here to speak. So I will call on each of them one at a time. First one is Rebecca Rumsey.
Who's already taken her oath, so we're
Yes.
good for that.
Hi, Rebecca, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. So my husband, baby, and I live at the 607 building above the bike shop. And we love the renovations, the inside and outside. It's a beautiful apartment. But there is an ongoing issue with safety. There's a lot of undesirable activity in the parking lot and on the side of the building. Scott has installed cameras and some lighting, but there's people there often. Homeless people, crazy people, yelling, smoking things. So we feel that the garage would help further deter that, having the nice windows, kind of making it look more active, less space on the side for people to go and hang out. So we are very much approve of this.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and then Junko Hall. Junko, if you can go ahead and unmute. Yeah, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm the adjacent neighbor to the property that we're speaking of at 611 South PCH. I've been here for several years, and so I do recognize what the difference in the changes that Scott's made. Initially, you saw some of the pictures. It was a haven for for lack of a better word, derelict behavior. There was drinking, there was vagrancy. I know Rebecca said that that's still ongoing, but it's changed dramatically because of the illumination of the lights that Scott's put in. I don't see syringes anymore or bottles and people stashing stolen property in between the bushes. And there's nobody sleeping on the property. People used to sleep behind the shed that used to be there. So it's gotten a lot better. I mean, there's still room for improvement, I'm sure, but aesthetically, the remodel, the painting, the stucco, he put in new asphalt, redid the landscaping, as he had mentioned earlier, trimmed back all the trees, and we're really appreciative of it because the trees used to hit our house and bang on our windows and our screens, which required constant replacement because it would wear out these screens. as well as, you know, my feeling on this is this, you know, he's done a great job in renovating, and then you've got this eyesore, the garage, which doesn't match the rest of the surrounding, you know, the improvement. And so that to me is kind of troublesome. And to put a garage there, the one that he's designed, works very well with the current design of the main building. So, you know, I'm totally in agreement that that should be rehabbed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
now
so the
we-
next person, he'll need to take the oath, but it's Randall Kimos.
Okay.
Randall, you can unmute.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. The floor is yours. 5 minutes maximum.
Or 3 minutes.
3 minutes, excuse me.
Even though Mr. Chernoff got 7 minutes, is that correct?
Mr. Chernoff is an applicant, so this
Okay.
is the participation.
Here's the problem with this. The ridge on the existing garage is not 14 feet, it's not 15 feet, it is exactly 12 feet. And that is 15 feet from the rear property line. It is 12. Go measure it. And the part of the property closest to the rear property line is only 7.4. It is going to go up to above 17 feet all along the rear property line. That's an increase of 10 feet from what we see on the rear property line. It is going to tower over all of our properties on the east side of Elvira Avenue. The square footage that he's adding is 198 square feet on the base, but if you multiply it times the 16 feet, it's 3,300 cubic feet that he's adding. That's way more than was said by Mr. Gardia. And it may be pretty from the street, from the Pacific Coast Highway. It is terribly ugly from all of our perspectives on our side of the property line on Elvira Avenue. It is a solid wall going up 17 feet in the air. It will tower over the garage to Kelly's house. They'll see it on the west side of Elvira Avenue. And to couple it all off, this is not going to be used for his storage. From the time he started this project, Mr. Chernoff told all of us on Elvira he was going to put storage of his antique automobiles there. He doesn't live here. The use has nothing to do with the existing tenants. And guess what? Redondo doesn't have a use for long-term storage of vehicles. Mr. Chernoff told us he's going to put 2 lifts in each one of the bays so he can pull one car in, lift it up, and then pull another car below it. So he'll store six cars in those garages. It's not going to be for anything else. This is what he told us he's going to do. Nobody's asked him that yet, but when I asked him and sent him a letter asking him, is he going to store his cars there? He didn't answer me. I said, are you going to store the cars for tenants there? He didn't answer me. But the problem from our perspective is that we're going to have a stark wall that is adding however many feet it is out from the existing. And that's going to only be 4'7". We already have 4'7" where the garage ends. Now we're adding another part of the building that's only 4'7" from our property line, and it's going to go up 16.5 feet.
Could you state your address, please?
What?
Could you please state your address?
And that was time. Okay.
It's 16 feet times 198 square feet.
What is your address, please? Your residence?
610 Elvira.
Okay,
I'm kitty corner southwest of him.
okay, thank you. All right, your time is up. Thank you so much. Next person, Lena.
So that's all we have to speak, but I do have a few e-comments to read. First e-comment is from Noel Sack. I support the commission decision to deny a setback closer than 5 feet. Changing the rules to allow setback closer to 5 feet would allow too little space in an already congested neighborhood and would lead to other homeowners seeking similar exemptions. End of comment. Next one is Wendy Gutierrez. I'm strongly in favor of the construction of an attached garage at 607 South PCH. The neighborhood has many poorly maintained buildings, and it is refreshing to have an owner that has made substantial improvements to the property. I'm happy to see this improvement, growth, and development in our area, and I wish them success. For the comments, at 606 Elvira, and I sympathize a bit since I have a direct neighbor with 2 non-conforming garages with property line issues behind their home. It's mildly annoying, but I am in favor of property owners having the right to build what they want on their property, especially if it is well done as 607 South PCH's improvements so far. The property at 607 South PCH was awful before the new owners came in. I'm happy to welcome people who have pride in ownership and are actively improving the area. As for parking, each property has its own parking. If I understand the parking comment correctly, I don't see why anyone should expect street parking as their personal parking. If there happens to be overflow to much needed and appreciated businesses, Wildflower Cafe, Raging Cajun, or the bike shop, why shouldn't patrons be allowed to park on those streets? Sincerely, Wendy Gutierrez, owner of 615 South Pacific Coast Highway, California, 90277. And then Sean Kilackery, to the Planning Commission of Redondo Beach, dear neighbors, the proposed addition is an encroachment into the required 20 setbacks that provides no basis for an exemption. Primarily, the addition to this commercial property is too high and too close to adjacent residential property lines. The additions would cause more harm to SFR homes. The addition would reduce existing commercial parking space. Parking would spill over to Elvira Avenue and up Sapphire. These streets already have parking impacts from Wildflower Cafe and Raging Cajun usage. The addition's purpose is a garage for the owner's storage. That's a residential expansion on a commercial property and contrary to the zoning code. Yet the surrounding properties all abide to their zoning. For comparison, I have looked at the letters in favor.
Can you mute him? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So then, okay. Yet surrounding properties all abide by their zoning. The building at 607 South PCH needs to move in the direction of compliance to commercial code rather than seek more exceptions. As it is, the building at 607 is pre-existing non-conforming structure. The non-conforming facts about this building make it among the most contrary to code properties. Its north wall is literally on the property line, and its west wall in places violates residential zoning allows. The applicant's request is to make it even more non-conforming than it is now. To me, that is not part of the intent of the general plan and municipal code. For comparison, I have looked at the letters in favor of the proposal. When considering their addresses relative to the site, I am seeing very limited credence. Their properties are non-adjacent and too remote to be persuasive. I'm highly concerned about what future precedent this exemption could set if this current proposal were accepted. The result would be a structure 2 stories in the front and 2 stories in the back corner. There would be nothing to stand in the way of filling in between to create a giant non-conforming commercial property worse than what is now. So for the facts, the intentions, comparisons, and precedent, I request that the proposed application for exemption by Cumberland Holdings in this hearing be rejected. Sincerely, Sean Kilackery, owner 606 Elvira Avenue, Redondo Beach, California, 90277. And that concludes the comments.
Okay, any, maybe at this point, we should have a motion to close public hearing.
Motion open.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Godek and a second by motion to close the hearing, the public
Sorry,
hearing.
this Commissioner Hensley, can I make a comment real quick?
Yeah.
I actually forgot before we close the public hearing, under ex parte communications, I forgot to disclose that I discussed this with Chair Taparo. She disclosed, but I noticed I didn't disclose it, so I wanted to do that before I second the motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. Very good. So,
I believe if it's the will of the commission, I believe the applicant would also like to respond to some of the comments if the commission is.
okay. Okay, does the applicant wish to comment at this point?
Yes, I do. Mr. Kinos claims he speaks for the whole neighborhood. So I have an issue with that. I've reached out to people individually. I don't think he speaks for the whole neighborhood, for one. Number two, I think he is exaggerating on his the effectiveness of this when you compare it to the previous structures. When you go physically look at the sight lines and the light and air, I think he's exaggerating. And also, we're doing the calculations from the top of the roof. He's using the lower edge of the roof, but it's a pitched roof. So his math is completely off. I've worked with an architect. I've worked with the city planners. The city planners have guided me, and there's been a lot of professional people. And I've reached out to him numerous times. He has never reached out to me. He's never called me once. So I've tried everything. And also, I've put those trees in the back. Those trees are going to fill in, and he won't even know this garage is there in about 3 years or 2 years by the time it's built. So
if I can ask, why is that garage so high?
the proposed garage,
Yes.
well, that came from the planning staff to match the angle, the architectural angle of the two-story building. I proposed a flat 15-foot roof, and I could live with that. But this was proposed. It's going to cost me more money, because anytime you work, on angles, it costs more money. I'm happy to do it. I want something that looks nice. When you do angles, you don't get as much usable square footage. There'll probably be some structural elements to it, and I'm not going to have all the cubic feet of clearance that everybody thinks I'm going to have. I'm going to have a decent sized garage at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't understand about the slope is rather severe for just empty space, which is not really going to get used. And the front property, the Pedigo, the roof line is flat. So you've got this weird angle with the flat front. So I'm not sure what the whole angle thing was about. So perhaps a compromise would be to lower a little bit the roof line, not at such a severe angle. I just think it actually looks a bit odd to have this angle. I mean, if Pedigo, the front of Pedigo was at an angle.
It is.
It is?
It is, yeah. Do you want to pull up the rendering again, Antonio?
Okay,
it is at an angle.
I guess it could be a little less severe of an angle and to mitigate, the height issue, but.
Yes, Commissioner Toboro, that was something that we did. This is
I guess there's a little bit of an angle.
There is a slope, it is angled, and we had asked that this design be consistent with the design of the main building. We did push for that.
Okay. All right. So anyway, that's my comment there. Commissioner Gaddis?
Two questions. We seem to be getting conflicting information suggested. I mean, what is the height of the existing structure? I mean, what is the height?
It's a pitched roof, Commissioner. The highest point is 15 in the middle, and then it pitches down from there.
Okay, so 15 feet, and the new structure is going to be how high?
The highest point will be 17.4, going down to 16. Hold on, did I get that right, Antonio? 17.6 going to 15.4.
Okay, and are you going to store antique cars in the structure?
I don't own any antique cars. one of the cars that's down there is used by my daughter. And another car that my family owns.
Okay, so, I mean, this, yeah, it just strikes me as strange that these people are, I don't know. I guess I don't understand what's going on with that. But anyway, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're only storing cars, you don't need that level of height. So, I mean, you could.
Well, I'd like to have some storage above it, and I'd like to have clearance. I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'8".
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and plus you have to have clearance for the garage door to open.
Right. Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Hensley, you wanted to make a comment?
It's just a question. We received a blue folder item. I think it was a comment from a neighbor or something with some images attached to it. I wanted to ask.
With the wall, the drawings, yes.
Yeah, the drawings with the wall. I was just wondering from staff if those images are accurate or not, or do we know?
They don't appear to be to scale. We have the renderings, the documents that were prepared by the applicant's architect that are to scale, and yeah, there's no way for it to verify.
Okay, so we need to go with the city drawings. Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to know. So we believe the city staff believes that they're not to scale. Is that right?
Well, not only are they not to scale, I think that they may be reflective of the first design, which was taller.
Oh, I see. Okay. And one more question. I'm looking at the site plan, page 113 of the packet. Maybe can I ask Lena if we can all look at page 113?
Yes, let me have a moment just to pull it up.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Much easier to have everyone look at the same thing than try to describe it and have everyone look on their own screen.
Yeah,
But
and
now the public can see it.
it's just taking a minute to open. Okay, and so I'm sorry. So you were saying it's page 115 of the packet?
113 of the packet.
113 of the packet. Okay. And then let's see. Okay, you know what? Let me share my screen and let me verify, because for some reason some of my pages aren't numbered. So bear with me 1 second. And then,
I'm sorry to.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have. Let's see the applications. Okay, so is it
page one of the site? Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
Okay. So one question I have listening to all this and the neighbors and everything I'm hearing is, there looks like there's about 6 feet in front of the garage area before the parking space labeled number 13. Am I looking at that picture correctly? But there's 6 feet of space between the
That's correct.
garage and the parking space 13. Is there a reason to keep that 6 feet difference if like the garages aren't really counted as parking, and if someone's parked in 13, you can't get into the new garage anyway? Is there a reason that 6 feet exists?
No, there's not a reason. I think that when you look at how the parking spaces aligned themselves, that was just extra space. In many cases, what we want is maybe 1 foot or 2 feet at the end of the aisle. So this actually has 6, and it's just to accommodate a car doing a 3-point turn and exiting back out. 5 is ideal.
Okay, and I do see that there's a door there on the storage to the north that is in that 6 foot. Was there any discussion with the applicant to move the whole garage away from the, setback towards parking space 13?
No, we didn't. That wasn't part of the discussion. They're using the existing footprint of the building. So
But they're going to knock down the existing garage entirely, right, and build new?
Yeah, they would have to, if you wanted to do that, they'd be pouring new footings and things like that. So it is an additional cost, and they could shift it back. Like I said, ideally, 5 feet is a great amount of space to do that 3-point turn. But at the end of the aisle, in order to get into the parking space, we only require 2 feet.
Okay. Let me ask the applicant then, is that something that you would consider in this case to still meet your needs or not?
The Commissioner Hensley, one other thing before, there is the door leading into the storage area and it would move that garage forward. They would have to reposition the door as well. There's 2 doors, so they could very well not use. They could close that door and only use one that's facing towards the east.
Yeah, let me again. This just came to me as I was sitting here listening to this and listening to everyone's comments. So let me check with the applicant. Is that at all feasible for your plans, or is that something that is not possible for you?
But you're saying shift the buildings to the east by 6 feet?
Or 4 is what I heard from the staff. Is that 4 feet is we should leave 2 feet between parking space 13 and the garage. So it'd be 4 feet forward. You have over 8 feet between your rear property line and the garage.
Yeah. I subject to studying it with my architect. I would consider moving the building. I would consider moving the building east. It's hard for me to say exactly how far, but obviously, eliminating that door creates issues. But it looks like there's some clearance between the existing garage line and that door. So I would consider it.
Okay. Yep. We'll think about it. All right. Thank you very much for your feedback. I appreciate it.
The door just be moved a little bit eastward as well then to still have ingress from that?
Well, it creates issues with, I think there's a bathroom right there. So you got to, replace the bathroom. Tear out a bathroom, build another one. And, where do you put it? So it'd be a big inconvenience to move that door.
Okay, understood. All right, we have a hand up for Commissioner Boswell.
Yes, so I guess maybe a question for staff, because this seems to have come up with some of the public comments. Is there some issue with this garage being used for the storage of personal use vehicles that are not somebody who lives there? Is that even an issue?
I think it would be an issue if that was the principal use of the property, because we do not allow, vehicle storage and towing. We don't allow tow yards in the commercial zones. This is not the case here. You're not storing cars in the outside. You're not towing vehicles back and forth. It's just happens to be, a storage that is, related to the non-conforming use. It's the garage that's there.
I think we can pretty much tell it's not a storage yard. It's not a towing yard.
Right.
But the question is, let me try to rephrase it. After this thing is built, would the applicant be allowed to store his personal cars in there and not live on the site?
I think it'd be like with any residential use, if, it's up to the person who would be, the person occupying that on whose vehicles they allow to utilize their parking spaces. If you think about your own home, if you wanted to have your mom park her car in your garage, you could do that. So it's not something that we're going to be monitoring or checking, but it would be if it's a commercial use And it's something that turns into that, that storage yard type of capacity.
Well, there's a comment that it's not allowed on a commercial property, but this is actually a residential and a commercial property. So if cars are being stored in there, they're not owned by the person renting the apartment. Is that legal in Redondo Beach? And I'm talking about stored in there, not that you're parking there and coming in and out every day. Stored. Is that legal?
I think that goes, that's difficult to say because I think that goes more towards tenant landlord types of issues that fall outside of the kind of zoning code, municipal code type issues that we deal with.
So you're saying it's legal?
I'm not saying
it's not a city issue. It's an issue between the tenant and whoever wants to park there.
I think it's
not a Redondo zoning or ordinance or regulation issue. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get an answer as to whether it's allowable legally by Redondo Beach.
So what we permit is, or what we require is that there be 2 parking spaces per unit, per dwelling unit. That's the limitations or the kind of the outside limits of what we work with. That's what we can require. We can require that the residential unit have lockable storage. And we obligate property owners to provide that. We obligate owners for new construction, we want to have a minimum clearance for the garage doors. We want them to, when they're in the open position, to have at least 7 feet, 4 inches in height. That's what we require. That's the city law.
Silly me, I keep thinking it's a yes or no answer. It's required to have 2 parking spaces if you have an apartment on the site, which they do. Are these the 2 parking spaces that apartment is entitled to?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, what happens if that tenant says, I don't need it? Then what? What can you use it for then? Can you use it for something else?
It'd be just like we don't tell people how they utilize their parking garage, right? So a lot of people use it for storage or otherwise. What we require, as Antonio said, is the spaces need to be provided for that. If the tenant doesn't need them, they can utilize it for storage. They can leave it empty. But that's what it's there and available for, because it could be a future tenant that does need their parking there.
So it's up to the tenant to say, I've decided that after a few years, I'm buying my own car and I'd like to park it back there. You need to clear your stuff out, and he would be required to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And if in the meantime, he stores his classic car collection, which he actually doesn't have, if he should acquire classic cars and store them in there, is that legal?
Yes, he can store vehicles in the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this complaint that one of the neighbors has, that it's storage of vehicles is not allowed for use in the commercial zone is not factual.
Right, because this has the requirement for the parking because of the non-conforming residential use.
Okay, great. Let's see, and then, so the intention is that this is being renovated so that a tenant can have the 2 required parking spaces. It's also being expanded because 2 cars barely fit in there, and it's being raised up height-wise because the city would like to see a sloping roof, right? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Boswell, that's correct. And as I mentioned, one of the criteria that we look at for Planning Commission design review is design consistency for the buildings. And so that's why we emphasize that whatever new construction was going to be taking place there, that it needed to have the same forms, the same elements as the existing building.
Okay, so from the rendering, the slope looks far steeper than what you see on the main building. Is that just a defect in the rendering, or are they both at the same angle?
No, I think that your observation is correct. The angle is steeper on the smaller building. I think on the larger building, it's a much more gentle slope. And that's, usually we want like a 2% slope for drainage purposes. And I think that there could be some modifications to lower that or adjust that accordingly. But I don't know the exact slope of the existing roof on the building.
So to comply with the visual aspect that the city is striving for, that slope, that higher end should actually be a little bit lower.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we've been struggling with is that the applicant wanted to put in these clerestory type windows along the front of the building, and that's also pushing up the plate heights. So that's the other kind of challenge there.
But then that doesn't conform with the city's request that there be a continuity in the roof. So maybe he can't do that. Maybe he has to make narrower windows. I mean, they're hardly something you're going to stand and look out of. They're just for light. So maybe the windows could be narrower so that the roof could be conforming.
That's a possibility.
Okay. Is Scott, are you the applicant? Are you up for making that kind of a change if that makes your neighbors happy?
Well, first of all, yes. Secondly, that architectural rendering we're looking at, that was just an architecture. That's not designed to scale. It's just an architectural rendering. In fact, I think that image is may even indicate a bigger garage than actual. But yeah, I mean, I am open to that. I'd like to not go less than the 14.6. I'm sorry, the 15.4. The 15.4 on the low end, but on the high end, yes, I am open to that.
Okay, so that's great. So when you decide, I mean, your main purpose was to renovate this garage because it looks like a dump, and you want it to look more like the main building, and you want a really nice looking property. Had you considered the use of that building in addition to making it not look nicer and make it look more conforming?
Yes.
So what was your original intention for what would be stored in there?
Well, 2 cars that you can get in and out of. You can't get in and out of 2 cars in there right now. I mean, I'm happy to show you, Commissioner, if you'd like to come by. You can't park 2 cars in there and open up the door.
I believe you. Sounds like my garage.
So that's number 1, and to be able to get bikes in and out, that's number 2. And also, I envision my daughters to hopefully be living there someday, and maybe my wife and I might live there someday. We love the beach life. So this is a long-term, it's going to change over, I can't predict who's going to be in that building, every year. Tenant leases are year-to-year leases. I'm not going to do anything funny business in there. I'm not going to be selling anything. I'm not going to be doing mechanical stuff. I'm not long-term storing anything. I'm using it like any other person would use their garage. I'm not going to have my friends park there. I'm not going to do any funny business. And over the next several decades, there might be 1 car, there might be 2, there might be all my daughter's stuff, bikes and stuff. I don't know.
Well, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you for asking the question.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Gaddis?
Yeah, question, and I don't know if it's staff or the architect or the applicant could answer this, but how wide is the new garage door, the big one, in the proposed design? How wide is that compared to the existing door? And then I have a question right after that.
Sorry about that. I think I'd have to go back and refer to the plans again, but it's my impression that it's a standard kind of like 20 by 20 with a 16-foot wide garage door. So I think it's pretty typical of what we see.
Yeah, but okay, so the new garage door, the big one, is going to be bigger than the existing one.
Yes.
Okay. And then how wide is the smaller garage door? Is that wide enough for a car to pull in?
It's pretty narrow. The outside dimensions, I think, are 10 feet. And so it could get a 8-foot wide garage door. That's going to be pretty narrow.
Yeah.
And that's our requirement for a single car. Because for a 2-car, we want a 16-foot wide, and half of that is going to be 8. It's going to be a little awkward because of the way that the walls are positioned. You'd have the garage door right up against the interior wall. So getting out of the passenger side will be kind of impossible.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So there's an interior wall dividing the larger space. There are actually two areas walled off from each other within the structure.
And that's what I see in the drawings. But maybe Scott can.
Yeah, I don't envision. I don't think so. I haven't planned out the interior, but I wasn't planning to put an interior wall in there. And I don't see a car being parked in the smaller one. I see that being easy access to storage and bikes and things of that nature.
Oh, I do.
I'm sorry.
Between them. Yeah, on page 114.
Commissioner Gaddis, I can share my screen. I can show you what I'm looking at.
Okay.
So this is the drawing here.
Right. That's what I'm looking at here.
This is the addition, and this is what I'm talking about. This is a pretty narrow space.
Yeah. And it has a wall between it and the bigger space, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think that's just to show the additional square footage. We haven't planned out. Before we got into the interior layout, we're trying to get the dimensions of the exterior approved. So I don't want to say 100% there's going to be a wall. There might be a partial wall. There may not be a wall. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're on? I'm sorry if I don't get the order
Yeah.
right. I try to get the order, but.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm still grappling with the fact that, we're adding this additional garage area. I understand, that the existing garage, is close to the property line, and I'm just having a hard time saying, well, just because it's close, I'm going to add more garage and continue that 4-foot 7-inch. I can understand improving the existing garage and perhaps even extending it an extra foot in order to stay within the side setback. But, to continue that 4.5 foot, line, going going south, I'm having a hard time with that. It looks as though the existing 2-car garage is 22 feet wide. So that's more than ample for a 2-car garage. If you want an extra foot, you get 23. If even by having it be not as wide, your minimum height on your slope is going to be, it's going to be taller because it doesn't have to extend the entire 32-foot width. If it's only going 23 feet, so your minimum height's going to be well above 15.4. You're probably looking at about 16 feet if you keep the same angles. And if you modify it, then I think it can be a win-win. But I'm just having a hard time justifying adding more garage if it means extending a non-conforming, rear setback. So, my thought is, I'm all for getting that garage improved and allowing an extension in height in order to get it conforming. But, 23 feet width is probably wider than most garages, that are being built. So what's the standard is 9 feet for a vehicle?
Right, so typically the standard interior dimensions, the interior clear dimensions are 18 by 19 for a 2-car garage. Usually you want to have a foot on either side so you can have a little bit of wiggle room there. So that's what I was saying, that standard is about 20 feet, 20 by 20.
Okay, yeah. So it's currently 22. You got another foot without encroaching. I'm just having problems, asking to extend that non-conforming rear setback. But if we're only going to get 2 cars in, then why not just make the most out of that 2-car garage? That's just my thoughts there.
Well,
Thank you.
The extension of the call it the 1-car garage, it could pop out more into the somebody had suggested, I think it was Commissioner Ung, to go into that parking spot number 14.
Yeah, but you're still encroaching into the side setback, which is 20 feet, and now it's only 11 and a half. So you've encroached it 8.5 feet.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Hensley? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's that. I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask a question for staff? Is anyone on either Mr. Gardea or Lena, do we have the municipal code open or available? If we can look at the residential parking standard?
Yeah, I can pull it up. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah.
And while that's, I'm looking at 2.1704 residential parking standard. And the question, I guess, for the applicant, or let me confirm if I understand it correctly. So the current 2-car garage is the 2 parking spaces for the tenant in the 2nd floor apartment. Is that right?
No.
No. Okay. So the 2nd floor apartment parking is the surface level.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. My question is where does the 2nd floor tenant park their cars? Or where is their assigned parking in their rent, in their lease?
Oh, assigned?
Sorry, Mr. Shinoff, please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting. I believe the question was where the current tenant, there's no assigned, plenty of parking on the site. The business is tenants
You're breaking
You're kind
up.
of breaking up
Yeah, why don't we move to?
I'm sorry. Is that better? Is that better? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's actually better. Yes.
slightly.
Okay, sorry about
so-
that. Sorry about
That's okay. Let me confirm what I heard, if that's okay.
Yeah, so the garage was never used for the tenants upstairs.
Okay.
And I was never told that was a legal requirement by anybody. And when I did my due diligence on this acquiring this property, I'm the owner of the property. I paid a lot of money for it. I thought there was flexibility on a garage to store things in there, and whether it's cars, it could be people. Like I said, I could move in there and park in there. I could have a lease where somebody parks in there. I could have a lease where somebody doesn't park in there. It's hard for me to say definitively what specifically this garage is going to be written in stone used for. It's going to be used for cars from various people and typical storage items, just like any other garage in Redondo Beach. So I don't know if that answers your question, but right now the current tenants are very happy to have parking directly outside their unit, and it's not a problem.
Okay. Yeah, that's understood. So let me check with Mr. Gardea. Is that understanding correct, that the garage parking is not for the tenant?
We have a minimum requirement for parking for the residential uses.
And does the surface parking count?
Excuse me?
Sorry, does the surface parking count? Like, can't they just park in the lot part of the?
Well, despite the fact that Mr. Trenoff says that, yeah, there's plenty of parking, there is plenty of parking on site. There are circumstances where, you can have shared parking, but that doesn't meet the city's requirement. The city's requirement is that there be enclosed parking spaces for the residences.
Okay, for the building, but is there anything that says that when he makes the lease, he has to give those to the tenant? I mean, can he have a lease with no parking? Like, can I lease out a building with no parking, even if I built it with parking according to the code?
I think Director Forbes had kind of answered that question. In that, it's difficult to go out and enforce to have people park in their garages when the garages have other items in there.
Yeah, that's kind of the question. Like, we can make people build a garage, but we can't make people park their cars in it, right?
Right, that's correct. And looking to that, actually, this is the inland. I think it should be the 10-5. It's okay. It's got the same point of the rental parking space is prohibited, but it's prohibited to rent, lease, or otherwise convey those used by any person, not the tenant, but the tenant can choose to not park there and allow somebody else to park there. So it's just that, if you're renting, you can't rent those spaces to somebody else or convey it, which, to somebody else, legally convey that, leasing it to somebody else. But that doesn't mean you couldn't just say, hey, you want to come park in my spot, that's fine. That's not leasing or renting or conveying it.
Okay, so the owner parking in the garage that the city is saying is for the tenant is not a problem? Is that what I'm hearing? Does not violate?
If the tenant's fine with that agreement, I mean, again, it's going to be, we're not going around policing how people are utilizing their garages.
Okay.
But if somebody came in and said they're utilizing, I know that they've leased out this parking garage, the parking spaces in the garage to somebody that's not the tenant, and can document that, then that's something that we can enforce.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay, I think if there are any other comments, I do think we need a motion at this. Do we want to have a final comment from the applicant, perhaps, before closing the public hearing? would you like to say anything or?
No, thank you. I hope I addressed all your questions and I appreciate your diligence.
No,
Thank you.
definitely cleared up some misunderstandings or misconceptions that people had. So we do appreciate that. So I'd like to have a motion, I think, which was started by Commissioner Hensley back when, to close the public hearing.
I'll make it again. Motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, if I can have a second.
Second.
Okay, from Commissioner Gaddis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there are no opposed, so the public hearing is now closed. So now we come to our deliberation for the motion. Any? Oh, someone be brave. I know we have a lot of new commissioners, so I can understand the tradition.
Not so easy to make a motion. I don't like to always make a motion. So let me just put out my ideas then. I'm not opposed to the structure because it's in a non-conforming setback right now. The new structure is in a within a setback, albeit a different setback. There's no concern with the parking used by the owner, and I would be interested in modifications such as moving it further away from the property line, which the owner said he was open to, changing the height of the roof, from maximum 17.6 to either flat roof or slight pitch. Yeah, those are the two modifications I heard. And so let's start there. Let's see where we have some agreement or don't.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Was there anything else missing that we discussed that would be an amendment to the proposed recommendation from now?
Anyone that wouldn't approve the building or thinks that it's not, it expands the nonconformity or anything, that's an option.
Yeah, my concern is there's already one setback nonconformity, but with this design, we created a second nonconformity, which doesn't exist today. I'm not against improving the garage, but to make it wider when that encroaches on a setback that's already in conformance. It's something that we need to consider, whether we want a 3-car garage, which, if any of us, who are homeowners wanted a 3-car garage, we couldn't build one for a single unit. Or just do a bang up job on a 2-car garage, which can be done within So that's my thought.
Okay. Anyone else have thoughts?
No, I'm good with the proposals.
Well, Commissioner Ong saying keep it in the same footprint, if I'm hearing correctly. Is that right?
Or up to the side setback limit.
Okay. But he couldn't get a third spot in there. He could.
Could not get a third spot. Nor could I get a third spot on my house.
Right, and the whole idea is that they wouldn't be able to get in and out of the car anyway, so I don't think it adds some great hardship. Commissioner Boswell.
Can I ask another question of the applicant?
No, it has.
Okay.
We'd have to reopen the public hearing, which we could.
Well, never mind with that then. So I'll just say that, I don't really have a problem with with renovating the garage and making it look nice. I would like to see some text in there that says the slope of the roof should be the same exact slope as the main building. And I'd also like to encourage the whole building to be moved forward a little bit to where that storage room, bike shop storage room door is, to bring it off that back wall a little bit. But but even if that isn't acceptable, I think I'm fine with it as is. I'd like to maybe see the new garage addition moving south instead of 10 feet, maybe only 5 feet. It would allow more of that side setback to be honored. But again, I don't see where it affects the neighbors, and I don't see where it creates a parking issue. So that's about all I have to say about it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, just a clarification for staff. The side setback that the new building is going into from 20 feet, isn't there something in the code that says that you can reduce the required setback by 50% ministerially?
Yes, that's the modification, but because this needed to go to Planning Commission, the modification is considered by the Planning Commission. That's why this is before you.
But are we exceeding that 50% additional, like, instead of 20 feet, I think we have 11 feet something, right? And then that's more than the 50%?
It's a maximum 50% reduction in the required side setback up to a minimum setback dimension of 30 inches, as long as the water quality BMPs is required or met.
That's correct, Commissioner Hensley. The 50% would be 10-foot setback.
Okay, and this proposal is over 10 feet?
So yes, it's 11 and a half.
Okay, so Commissioner Young, this is basically a ministerial level reduction of setback, which is sometimes granted for projects, right?
Understood.
No precedent, no weird thing going on.
Okay, so, okay, any other comments before we try a motion? Is there a slide with staff recommendations?
Oh, Lena, can you put the slide up with the staff recommendation for Commissioner Hensley, please?
Yeah, I believe Antonio will have that. That was part of his
Okay, thank you.
PowerPoint.
Sorry, so I apologize for the delay, but the recommendation is to adopt the resolution finding that the addition is exempt from CEQA and approving the Planning Commission design review and coastal development permit.
And then if I want to make two, they're not really conditions. I think they're more design changes. Is that right? Like if I want to say in my motion, if I want to move the new garage structure east from the property line, 4 feet. I want to change the pitch of the roof. I don't know, align with the current structure, or flatter than proposed. I don't know what kind of language I'm looking for here.
Yeah, those could be additional conditions of approval.
I mean, I think you want to move it to the door, right? 4 feet or the door, right? Because all I did is to leave the door there because of the bathroom.
Okay. Is there any staff recommended language? Basically, I want to say as much as possible, up to 4 feet at staff's discretion.
Yeah, that could be, if feasible. We have that language included in the conditions all the time.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to move for sure. How much and to what extent is negotiable? So at least up to the door, if not 2 feet from the parking stall.
So you could say a minimum of 2 feet, and if possible, if feasible, to a maximum of 4 feet forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that'd be fine. And then reduce the slope of the roof to match the existing existing. How do I say the main building? Because I don't want to mean the existing garage slope. I mean the
principal building.
If I may, I think that Commissioner Boswell had said it well, was with the same slope line as the main building.
Main building, okay.
And I know that he had mentioned with 15 feet, 4 inches on the low end with the same slope line as the main building.
There we go. That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So let me see if I can restate that. So motion to approve the resolution with the findings and conditions therein, the fair language, with the following modifications to the condition. Is it a new condition?
Yes, it would be a new condition.
Okay. Sorry about that. This is why nobody likes making motions. Sorry. Okay. With a new condition number 16, to move the garage structure east of the property line by 2 feet up to a maximum of 4 feet if feasible. And condition 17 to change the slope of the roof to be 15 feet, 4 inches on the low end, and to match the roof of the main building, match the roof slope of the main building.
And you'll want to strike condition 8 and that has the garage addition shall be a maximum height of 17 feet.
Okay.
Which is,
Yes, strike condition 8 and renumber the conditions therein. Okay.
And then also condition number 7, did you want to stipulate that the minimum setback be 6 foot, 7 inches?
Yeah, so again, I don't want to say guessing, that's not the right word, but the distance between the structure and the door is approximately 2 feet. So I want to make that clear. But yeah, condition 7 would be minimum 6 foot 7 setback to the rear property line of the garage structure.
Thank you, Commissioner Hensley.
Okay. I thought that was, sorry. If anyone's writing this down, this would be a good time to read it back. I thought there was one more. In finding number 1A, there's a 19-foot height reference. Is that?
That was a typo.
Okay. Do I need to change that at all?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then modifying finding 1A to change 19 height to strike it?
Yes.
Yeah, because
okay,
we don't know the
because
actual.
I don't know what the height is. Okay, so I'll strike the 19 feet in height from finding 1A.
Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, then finding 1A needs to be changed also for the addition is proposed to be 6 feet 7 inches from the rear property line. And strike the 19 feet in height from finding 1A. If anyone has that written out that we could take a look at, I would appreciate it.
all right.
Can you give me a hand there?
Yeah. I was amending condition 8 and doing condition 16.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Dennis, do you have a comment you want to interject while we're making the motion?
What finding was it? Let's see.
Are you asking me?
1A?
1A.
I'm just saying, I see your hand up. I thought maybe you wanted to interject something while the motion is.
Well, yeah, I have a question for staff. Is that permitted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So let me ask one more time. So is this height, which seems very high for this garage, that necessary, is that what staff has told him to do, or is this what he requested?
Well, he had requested a taller building initially, and we had come back and told him that the height would have to be reduced. And that's why there's, as the applicant said, there was 3 revisions, because he proposed a much taller building with a flat roof. And every time we would say, that's not acceptable. You need to revise it and come back, and you have to make these changes. So that's how we got to where we're at. After, a series of back and forth.
And so is there a reason why the height of this roof can't be equal to the existing height, the highest point?
Yes, well, part of it is because of the design that we wanted to incorporate. And part of it is on the applicant's part that they want to include those clerestory windows above the door. And so those are two things that kind of came into the design that increased the plate heights and increased thereby the lower part of the roof and the slope into the higher part of the roof.
You could also put windows at garage doors. That's very popular.
Absolutely.
So that might be something to add additional light to the reduced windows if such a thing has to be done.
Commissioner Gaddis, the way I understand it is the applicant wants the 14-foot. Sorry, I forgot the number. 15. What's the height on the low end?
14.4.
14.6.
14.6. So the applicant wants 14.6, and the staff thinks it would look better to match, not have a flat roof at 14.6, but rather to match the slope of the structure, which will put the roof above 14.6 some amount, but less than 17.6.
Yeah, it's not going to be.
And you can see their point that, like, if you have a flat roof in this building that's taller than the storage building to its north and shorter than the building in the front, flat roof might not be as aesthetically pleasing.
Well, flat roofs they tend to leak.
Yeah, there's a whole construction, but even the pitch that's on there, it's probably still going to be considered a flat roof for roofing purposes.
No, pitch makes a difference for sure.
I think it's aesthetics, if I understand it kind of correctly. There's no functional purpose, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
That's correct. It's all aesthetics. That's part of the planning commission. That's one of the criteria. Because like I said, we wanted to have something that's architecturally consistent. And that's why we insisted on that.
And I think by moving it up 2 feet, the way I see it is the conforming could have 30 feet at 20 feet away from the line, kind of that line that Antonio had drawn. And as proposed originally, it was right on that, line at 17.6 and 4 feet, whatever away. And now we've moved it another 2 feet and reduced the height a little bit. So it's going to be under, a commercial building could be if it was built to 30 feet. So that's my thinking and rationale.
Could we read back what this sort of reads like right now?
Okay, so the condition 16, the garage will be relocated a minimum 2 feet east up to a maximum of 4 feet from the plan set presented to the Planning Commission at their hearing on July 15th, 2021. The finding 1A, the alteration or addition shall not adversely impact surrounding property. The addition is proposed to be a maximum of 6 feet, 7 inches from the rear property line, 11 feet, 6 inches from the side property line, and a maximum height. This is where we don't have a maximum height. It's determined by the minimum height with the equal roof pitch.
I would just strike it out. I think
strike it out, yeah.
And also, it should be at least 6 feet, 7 inches.
At least a minimum of 6 feet, 7 inches from the rear property line?
Yeah.
Be a minimum, yes. That's what it has. You know what, let me share it.
Yeah, and maybe real quick confirmation for Director Forbes. If we're off on how far from that door, if it's 1 foot, 10 inches or whatever, that kind of minor modification is one of the conditions you can exercise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And if there's some disagreement, it'll come back to us, right?
I mean, just bear in mind though, then you have that setback, right? So, I think the setback is the bigger issue, not, so it's not going to meet that setback. That would be a bigger concern to me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask staff then, because we're kind of, approximating something that's very fine, nice, without all the dimensions. Would it be better to make some sort of motion to carry this over and come back with the actual design to look at, or do you want to get
No, I wouldn't do
close and pass?
that.
Yeah, we're right there.
Okay.
I mean, we're reviewing the application that they have submitted, and you're establishing conditions on that. We're not telling them to submit some other application. This is you submitting the conditions.
Okay.
What was the low height? It was 14.6, is that
Yes, 14.6.
with a roof design with the same slope as the existing adjacent main building?
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, so that's actually going to be condition, we're going to strike condition 8, correct? And then this would be condition 17. Or we renumber that, I guess.
We're going to renumber. It's probably going to be 16.
It'll probably 16. Okay. 16, and then this would be, I think, 15. And that relocates the garage a minimum of 2 feet east up to a maximum of 4 feet from the plan set presented to the planning commission at their hearing on July 5th, 15, 2021. And then the finding for the operation or addition shall not adversely impact surrounding property. The addition is proposed to be a minimum of 6 feet, 7 inches the rear property line, 11 feet, 6 inches from, I'll just say, and 11 feet, 6 inches from the side property line. Portions of the existing building are within 5 feet of the rear property line, approximately 21 feet from the property line, while the minimum required setback is 20 feet from the residentially zoned properties. The proposed building addition will be essentially single story in height and not adversely impact privacy of the neighboring properties. I believe that's all we have.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, so that is the motion. Commissioner Hensley, did you want to have it up on the screen, or?
You need to go back. Stop sharing here. Okay. Or do you need that still up? I'm sorry.
We weren't seeing it, Sean, so if you could.
Oh, you couldn't shoot. Oh, gosh.
Let's try that one again, man.
Okay.
No, we really do appreciate.
Just have them, just have the conditions out of order, so we can renumber.
We
Okay,
appreciate.
are we good? You can see that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we really do appreciate your help, planning manager Scully, and doing this little extra legwork to make our motion passing
It's
a little bit more
team effort.
Yes. And,
Sean,
yes.
Sorry, can you add if feasible after the 4 feet? If it's feasible,
So maximum of 4 feet if feasible.
yeah. Just yeah.
The way it reads, it says, if feasible also means the minimum of 2 feet is optionable. I don't think you need a feasible if you're referring to the maximum of 4 feet, because if it isn't feasible, all you care about is that it's at least 2 feet.
Yes, I think the minimum of 2 feet covers that, and then up to a maximum of 4 feet if feasible is the.
But is, if feasible, the maximum of 4 feet or the entire relocation condition? If it's not feasible to relocate a minimum of 2 feet east, then I don't have to do it because it's not feasible.
You can say to a
How about
Does that help?
feasible maximum.
No. How about the garage shall be relocated a required minimum of 2 feet east up to a maximum
of
4 feet if feasible.
Or just to a feasible maximum of 4 feet.
Well, you don't need a feasible because it's up to a maximum of 4.
All right.
Well, but I don't want them to look at it, say it's feasible, and I don't want to do it.
Yeah,
who did stick to the 2 feet? If feasible as determined by the planning director.
Okay.
Okay.
Community development director.
Oh, sorry. Planning, community development.
And Sean and I'll be fighting over it.
And why is there a maximum of 4 feet? Can you remind me of that?
Because of the parking space, they need 2 feet between the structure and the last parking space, number 13.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to eliminate parking. Okay.
Yeah. So we had 6 feet between the proposal and the parking space, so you could take them up to 4 feet and still have your 2 foot gap.
Okay.
Okay, that's my motion.
Still.
Trying to say something, or you don't?
Yeah, I think there should be a comma after the word east.
There should be a comma.
Feasible.
Yeah, we don't, the staff will clean this up grammatically and all that.
No, I actually agree because if you do that, required minimum of 2 feet east, comma, up to a maximum of 4 feet if feasible, as determined by the community development director, comma.
Okay.
Yeah, it changes the meaning.
Yes.
So after east, put a comma.
He did.
Yeah.
The other feasible.
And after feasible, a comma.
The second feasible.
We put it as after the director, but either way would be fine.
Yeah, between feasible as, put a comma after feasible.
And then give
Either way, it's fine, Sean, the way.
Okay.
Fine, it's grammatically okay. All right, so we have a solid motion here with much deliberation, but we have moved forward. So do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Godek has seconded the motion, so I will put it up for a roll call. So Commissioner Ung.
No.
Commissioner Gaddis.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So therefore, the motion passes. I want to thank our applicant for bearing with us through what might seem a difficult process, but this is our civic duty to really go through and hit all these details. So really appreciate your patience, and we appreciate you putting more value into the building and hosting a very desirable business on that site. So we wish you the very best. And
thank you. Thank you very much.
And we do realize we can never always please everybody. So we try to do best to find some sort of a medium ground which works within the law. So thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, now we will move on to Planning Manager Scully's item, which is J3, which he'll be presenting to us. This is a public hearing for the consideration of an appeal of the Administrative Design Review decision denying the request to voluntarily demolish an existing single-family residence and remove an attached standard two-car garage and replace it with a single-family residence with an attached tandem garage and a balcony in the rear setback closer than 5 feet from the side property line on the property located within a single-family residential R1A zone at 1743 Morgan Lane. And the applicant is Stephen McCaslin and Diane Kaser McCaslin. So take it away. Oh,
Motion to open
We
the
need a
public
motion.
hearing?
Yeah.
yeah, so could we please have a
Thank you, Lena.
motion to open the public hearing?
Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen here.
Commissioner Hensley, did you have something that you wanted to interject here?
Yeah, I'm making a motion. So it's 10:50. Is there any chance, and this might take a while, is there any chance we can take a 5-minute break? Is anyone else? I know we've already been here late. It's already going to go late, but anyone open to a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we have Commissioner Godek is voting yes. Anyone else? So we have.
Does the applicant have a comment?
Oh, I was raising my hand to agree with you. 5-minute break sounds good for y'all.
Okay, so with staff, is that okay? If I've never taken a break over Zoom, but I need a break.
No problem. Great.
Are there any objections to taking a 5-minute break? Okay, the time is 22:51. We will resume at 22:56.
Do we need an actual motion? Let me just confirm real quick with staff. Do we need an actual motion to take a recess and a second and then a vote?
Let's just go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Ong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
See you back in.
22. See you in 22:57. No. Just me. Girl.
Chantal, I'm not certain if we actually took a vote to open the public hearing before we recessed.
No, we did not.
Okay, yeah, so we'll need to just do the motion the second.
Yeah, do it Zoom and then do we have any new oaths for this item? No, I don't.
No one new signed on. So the applicant was there at the beginning of the.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Okay.
5 minutes is not a lot of time.
Couple jumping jacks and they'll do it. Okay, everyone is punctually back. So I'd like to have a motion to resume, to reopen the meeting.
Motion to reopen meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Godek with a second.
Second.
From Commissioner Boswell, all in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
None, so ordered. The meeting is now again. So now we will resume with opening the public hearing. So I'll need a motion for this. To open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, by Commissioner Hensley, and a second
Second, Commissioner Ung.
by Commissioner Ung. So all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, seeing none, so ordered. Okay, so now we're good to go with Planning Manager Scully for item J3. Oh, you're muted. There we go.
Okay, apologies. Okay, thank you, Chair. Members of the Planning Commission, I'll go ahead and queue this up. Okay, so this is public hearing item J3. It's an appeal of the denial of the administrative design review for a single family residence at 1743 Morgan Lane. So just what we're going to be going through presentation. It's a little different for appeals. We have a staff presentation, then the appellant's presentation, and then basically standard procedures. But just wanted to kind of make that clear. We'll have an appellant's presentation as well. So just locating us where we're at, we're in the R1A neighborhood at 1743 Morgan Lane. This is the subject property here in the center, just adjacent to the R2 neighborhoods on the east side of Harkness. Wanted to show the lot dimensions. It's relevant in this case in the sense that this isn't the standard 25-foot wide lot, 100-foot deep. This is actually a slightly wider lot, and this is the lot highlighted here in red, 33.27 feet by 100 feet. The lot area is larger than a lot of the lots in the R1A area at 3,327 square feet. So the existing conditions of the property, it is an existing single-family residence, originally constructed in 1941. There were additions in 1944 and 1983. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, single-family residence, a little over 1,000 square feet. Special note, the 1983 addition included the enlargement of the single-car garage, 10 by 24 garage, to the current 23-foot wide, 24-foot deep, side-by-side 2-car conforming garage, actually slightly larger. Here's an aerial photo, kind of give you an idea of kind of the mass and the development, let's say, in predominant development in the R1 areas. You see a lot of, that we call them the tall and skinnies. That's the predominant development style of these residential structures on these narrow lots. This right here is the subject property. Again, you can notice it's wider. than a lot of the adjacent lots. Here's a front elevation photograph looking directly at the property. Just notice the taller, narrow development, single-family residence to the west, and then kind of a more smaller scale, at least, you know, the wider single-family footprint to the wider single-story structure to the east, and then some two-story element in the rear. Just to get kind of a perspective looking up the street, seeing more of the more recent standard 25-foot wide lot with the two-car garage, and then the protruding second story out in front of that. This is looking from the property directly across the street, so it kind of gives you a little bit of context. So the scope of the work is demolition of an existing one-story, little over 1,000 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath residence with the attached two-car garage, and then construction of the new 2-story, 2,440 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath residence with an attached two-car tandem design garage. There's also a green roof element, a roof deck, and then a balcony in the rear setback that's closer than 5 feet to the side property line. Here's kind of some statistics. You've got a garage that's 525 square feet, first floor, almost 1,000, second floor, 1,300 square feet. There's a 110 square foot minimum, mezzanine. And then the total floor area is 2,440 square feet, not including the tandem garage. The outdoor living space in the backyard, there's 520 square feet. There's no bonuses to calculate that. It's just square footage. And then outdoor living space up on the roof is 180 square feet. Just a special note, the outdoor living space requirement in the R1A zone is 400 square feet. So here's a couple of renderings. One kind of from an angle up in the upper left here, looking at this proposed development, and then one from the front elevation. We'll get into some of the design elements of the structure, but just wanted to show you how the architecture is. And of course, we have the property owner who is an architect who designed the structure here tonight, obviously is the appellant, and he can speak a lot more to the actual architectural design. So, kind of getting right to the issue, staff looked at it, and I'll have some more slides on it. This is a site plan, and let me just walk through just kind of the basics. Here's the tandem garage parking. I've flipped it on its side just so we could blow it up a little bit. To the left is the north, and then the south, here's Morgan Lane. Here's a tandem garage. This is the first floor, kind of the common living area. Here's the second story, the second floor balcony. That is another area of concern that we'll discuss in greater detail later. And it goes to the setback, which is the side setback, which is a little over 3 feet, 3.5 feet almost. And then there's an outdoor deck here, and then yard space. And you'll notice this dashed line here is the rear setback line. But we average setback, so that's why you see this structure can go to a minimum of 10 feet. So it protrudes out to the 10-foot setback, but then it has to go back an equal distance behind that required setback line. So that's where this structure on this portion is recessed, an equal amount that this exceeds the average setback line. So the provisions that govern the approval or the review of the administrative design are the criteria in section 10-2.2500. I've highlighted the provisions, the criteria that says all provisions of this chapter are complied with, meaning it has to comply with all the development standards applicable to the zone. There's a number of other criteria. I've bolded a couple that we have concerns and that are discussed in detail in the staff report. The design is compatible with overall community and surrounding neighborhood. We had, just some concern because of the design of the single car, the single garage door, whereas the predominant development pattern is the 2-car garage door. And then 5, the location and design of the project shall not adversely impact surrounding properties or harmfully impact public health, safety, and general welfare. And the reason that's bolded is because with that balcony extending into the required rear setback being closer than 5 feet to the side property line, in staff's opinion, there is some potential adverse impact on that adjacent property owner with that balcony being so close to the side property line. Then criteria 6 is all the architectural style and design criteria, and they're listed here, and they were also in the findings in the resolution attached. So the 2 issues that came up with respect to criteria 1, and that's confirming compliance of the project with all the applicable development standards. It really came down to two elements: the 2-car tandem parking garage, and then on the next slide, the unenclosed balcony projecting into the required rear yard setback closer than 5 feet to the side property line. So because in staff's opinion, it didn't meet those development standards, staff denied the application for administrative design review. Just really quickly to go through the actual parking requirement. So these are the sections here that we felt it didn't comply with. Requires two parking spaces within an enclosed garage that comply with required parking space and garage door dimensions. And then the next section lists the parking space dimensions, 9 feet by 19 feet. And if you have 2, they're 9 feet by 19 feet next to 9 feet by 19 feet. So you have an 18-foot minimum interior space. The next section, minimum required garage door width for standard 2-car garage for this section, 16 feet. And then this section here is really where the tandem parking garage runs afoul, so to speak, at least in staff's opinion. Each parking space shall be provided a backup area with a minimum clear depth of 25 feet. And as it's been applied in residential single-family zones across the city, has been the tandem isn't permitted because it would impede on the 25-foot clear backup space. So as we've analyzed it, as staff has analyzed it, the project as designed does not comply with the above provisions.
Could you clarify a little bit what you mean by the clear backup area?
The clear backup area, so that would be no obstructions behind the designated required parking space. So you have a 9-foot space by 19-foot deep, and then clear backup, meaning to back up out of that parking space, you have to have 25 feet free and clear of any obstructions. Oh, you're muted, Chair.
I'm sorry. And does the car which is closest to the garage, to the garage door, have the 25 feet on the driveway?
In the tandem, yes, that one space would.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But the space in front of it, in staff's opinion, would not meet that requirement because there's another parking stall directly behind. And then the other issue is the unenclosed balcony projecting into the required rear yard. The code provision is pretty explicit in that, and as it reads, projection of an unenclosed balcony into a required rear yard setback is permitted, provided they removed a minimum horizontal distance of 5 feet from the side property. And as designed, it's a little over 3 feet. This section, it was included in the conclusion in the staff report. I just wanted to bring it to your attention here again. This section, where there is uncertainty exists regarding the interpretation of any provision of this chapter or its application to a specific site, the community development director shall determine the intent of the provision. So this gives the authority and deference to the community development director's interpretation of any zoning code section in question. So that's, and with that authority, the community development director, Brandy Forbes, denied this request for architectural design review. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission concur with the determination of the community development director and deny the appeal. So before you deny, there are 2 resolutions. In the event the commission wants to go in a different direction, we have 2 resolutions, one denying the appeal and upholding the community development director's determination, and then another one upholding the appeal and overturning the community development director's appeal. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Well, we're always good about finessing things, so we'll see what we can do. All right, very good. So now I think we will hear from the applicant's presentation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much for that. That was excellent.
Hi, thank you. Mr. Scully, thank you. Commissioners and everyone else on call. I'll try to be as brief as I can because I know it's late. We've all been on this call for a while. I wish Mr. Scully would have said, hey, call back at 10:30, 11 o'clock. But
now you know how we operate, so it makes you that way.
I know. So I do have some things to go over with you guys, with you all, as far as my understanding or how I feel some of these municipal codes should be interpreted. And I want to start with why we are proposing this design. And so I'm aware that you all have seen my plans that we submitted as part of our administrative design review. You've seen the appeal paperwork that I've submitted. I appreciated that Mr. Hensley came to meet with us to kind of have a better understanding of the context of our condition. So I'm just going to kind of jump into the plans, and I'll try and keep this as short as possible. I'm going to share my screen. 1 second. All right, you all should be able to see my screen with my PDF of my plans, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start with the site plan. The existing house is, like Ms. Scully said, it's roughly 1,050 square feet. It's actually a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home, 2-car garage, in a standard side-by-side configuration. My wife and I moved into this community back in 2010. We actually purchased the house, or contract to purchase the house, in January of 2010, but we actually weren't able to close until December or late November of 2010. And by then, my wife had actually got pregnant, had our daughter, and so it was great that we finally got the house, and we knew that our daughter was going to go to Jefferson, and that was one of the reasons we wanted to move into the Golden Hills. We like the community. We love Redondo Beach. So we've been longtime residents here, and we've been able to experience the different environments that that our site has. So one of the things that we've noticed over the last 10 years that we've lived here is that the our living space back here is completely cut off from any natural sunlight, except in the early mornings through a window right here. And I'm going to zoom in because I know this is going to be hard to see for everybody when we do the Zoom screens. But we also have our neighbor right next door to us. So we don't necessarily get a lot of natural sunlight into the house because the lots are tight. In addition, we don't get that natural solar radiation to heat up the house because it's all ending into the garage. And so the house tends to be a lot cooler. So we use a lot more heat, especially during the colder months. And we're constantly having to have artificial lighting on, which, you know, that's just kills things as far as an electric bill because we would love to have more natural light. So that's one thing we noticed. The other thing is that we do actually enjoy our backyard space. We're fortunate enough that, as Mr. Scully pointed out, we do have a 32-foot wide lot. It's slightly larger than the typical 25. We have 2 dogs. We love to have our friends over. We love to be outside and barbecue. But one of the problems is the only way for us to get to that space is we have to walk through our master bedroom. And when we have people over, they have to walk through the master bedroom, or we actually end up spending a lot of time walking back and forth this way. And hopefully this comes out correctly. So when we started to redesign, we looked at these different things that we had going on that we were noticing. We also don't get a lot of natural ventilation to the house unless we have our garage doors open and then have this garage door open, and then we can actually get wind gusts into the house. Actually, it goes more like this, guys. I'm sorry, and ladies, to get that natural ventilation to cool the house during the summers. In addition, during the rainy season, I know we don't get a lot of rain here in Redondo Beach, but when we do, we have a lot of hardscape at our property. And it's unfortunate because all that hardscape, it creates runoff. It goes into our sump pump here, gets discharged and out into the street. So those kind of notes. One of the things that we wanted to do with this property was we really wanted to have a space that allowed us to have a elongated, open plan for our living space, for our dining room, our kitchen, our living room, that also extended out into the outdoors. We wanted to be able to have eyes on the street for security reasons, because we have had people sneak up to the side of our house from time to time, and we ended up having to move the gate forward. Luckily, we do have a large St. Bernard and a medium-sized lab that alert us if anyone is coming up to our yard. But it is a security issue to have an entrance on the side yard that isn't opposite of another front door that you see typical in the Golden Hills and some of these other developments that Mr. Scully briefly showcased in his presentation. So with our design, doing what we wanted to do, which was have an elongated space that extended out into the front yard of the backyard, and also gave us some visibility to the street. With the size of our lot, it made sense that hey, let's explore going for a tandem garage. That allowed us to reduce the amount of pavement on the site. It allowed us to capture some of the natural daylight, harvest some of the natural daylight that is abundant here in Southern California. Take advantage of some of the different weather patterns with as far as the winds, and just fully enjoy the outdoors and still have a connection from the inside to the outside. And we can close up the doors and windows when it's colder, open it up when it's warmer, have nice breezes coming through. In addition, as a disabled veteran, climbing up and down stairs to get to a living space in the typical tall and skinnies, because in the typical tall and skinnies, as most of you I'm sure are aware, the living space is always on is typically on the second floor. Problem with that for us is, one, I've got to go up and down stairs, and it gets tired. It gets difficult on my knee and my back. But we also have dogs that have to go up and down stairs. And to access your backyard or side yard, you're basically either going out your side front door or you're going out one of your bedroom doors. And that creates a lot of traffic issues and doesn't allow you to have that more private space of your sleeping area. And so that's one of the reasons this tandem garage came up. As you move to the second floor, we've built it so that we're going to have 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. We've got an actual open stairwell atrium that will allow warm air to travel up through the basic stairwell to help naturally cool the house by bringing cooler air in through the exterior window at the front, the back, of the house. And this also allows us to have natural daylight to all the bedrooms that are south-facing, and then I'll also take advantage of the northern daylight in the back. So all bedrooms will be sufficiently have natural daylight. As we move up to the mezzanine level to our roof deck, what we have is we still have that continuation of the open atrium that allows that hot air to rise. As I said, it would come out there through the roof deck, which is above the second floor. And at this roof deck level, we're actually proposing a green roof. And why we're doing this is to help reduce the runoff from rainfall. And I know Mr. Scully at one time had asked me what was the proposal for the green roof, like what was the plant material, and that's something that the commissioners might be interested in. So I captured this little photo for you all. It's basically drought-resistant plantings, mulching, the drought-resistant grasses, the succulents. That's the thought process of what we would plan to put on that green roof. It's low maintenance. It holds up without rain. It soaks up rain when it does come. On the upper roof, which basically is the mezzanine and the two-story space in one of the bedrooms, we also have our proposed solar collection cells to supplement the electrical energy that the building might use. The elevations you've all seen. So that's the concept of why we designed it this way. So now I'm going to go through and address the planning department's concerns that they've noted as far as not fitting within the context, the backup space, and the balcony. And I would like to start the balcony first. So in the page 8 of the administrative design review, administrative report, it notes that the intent of the 5-foot side yard setback is for protecting the privacy of our neighbors so that there's not direct views into the backyard. I'd like to point out that it's somewhat applied arbitrarily throughout the city because it seems to be a double standard when a private homeowner comes to try and propose a solution such as our balcony situation and a developer. This house is being constructed on 1734 Carlson right now. Mr. Scully's aware of this, and I'm sure many others are aware of this. This is an obvious violation of that same rule that's being applied to me. This is one example. And this is one example that's currently under construction right now that the city approved in violation of that, of the 5 foot encroachment into the 5 foot side setback. I have other examples. This house is right next to the 1734 Carlson. That was recently built in the past year. These two houses on the corner of 1730, the 1700 block of Carlson and Goodman, both of these balconies are right at the 3 foot side yard setback. Here's a rear view of it. So it's pretty obvious that the city has allowed this in the past. And so I'm kind of confused about why it's being applied to us now. Regardless of that, what we actually have is, Mr. Scully mentioned it was right at a little bit more than 3 feet. It's actually 4 feet because it's inside the balcony actually starts inside the wall to our property line. In addition, Mr. Scully did talk about how we recessed the one section of our house due to the average step requirement. There's a couple reasons we did that. And let me go back to my plans real quick so I can explain that. So one of the reasons sorry, this will be a better view. So one of the reasons we chose to pursue an average side yard setback, one was to extend our living space from the inside to the outside. But the other thing is we have neighbors to the north of us and to the side of us. And we knew that by building the house that we want to build, a new 2-story structure was going to cast shadows, especially during the winter, that would impact our rear neighbors. So what I tried to do with this design, by setting it back partially, was create a zone where there's still ample light getting back to our rear neighbors and to our side neighbors, and it's not impacting our side neighbors. So this actually creates a large zone because our rear neighbor main outdoor living space is right here. And then the neighbor next to them, their space is right there. And with my neighbor here to the east, their entire backyard is something like this. So basically what we did is we tried to reopen it up, provide more availability to natural light and air without having the houses so close together, because that's can get a little bit claustrophobic. So we did take into account where our neighbors are and what we're doing. So with the house being recessed, the front edge of the balcony sits recessed from the rear of my neighbor's house. That's been pointed out that we're too close to the side yard. So this red arrow is actually the view angle if we put it at 5 feet. If we leave it at 4 feet, the purple arrow shows you that there is a little bit more hidden area. Whether it's 4 feet or 5 feet, it's not going to really make a difference as far as potentially not impacting my neighbor's privacy. They do have a large ficus tree here in the corner that we share care responsibilities for, because it does tend to grow over to our side of the house. We actually have a great relationship with our next door neighbors and their 2 young children. We are constantly looking over the fence at each other and talking. So this idea of intruding on each other's privacy, while I understand the intent of it, the recent examples that are built in the Golden Hills area by developers is obviously not consistent with what we're being requested to do. So that's my kind of my position. Balcony. We don't think it's whether it's 4 feet or 5 feet. We don't think it's a negative impact to our next door neighbor, because obviously these sight lines are still fairly consistent with one another. And actually at 5 feet, it gives us more visibility to our next door neighbor's rear yard. Now, in regards to the tandem garage issue, I'd like to point out that basically, if you drive through the neighborhoods, as most of you are aware in our South Bay residents, most Californians park in their driveway. With the city's planning department's position that you have to have clear backup space that's unobstructed by another vehicle, that basically implies that it's illegal to park in your driveway, I feel. Because if you're parking cars in your driveway, where's your clear backup space for your garage? We feel that interpretation it would be applicable to a commercial zone where you don't want to have a tandem garage where 2 different people are parking one in front of the other. Within a residential situation, in a single family residential situation, it's incumbent upon that resident to move the car out of the driveway if they want to move a car from their garage. So here on the left, I have what's considered a spare garage side by side, 19 feet deep by 9 feet wide for each space. The gray squares represent cars. That dashed area represents the driveway with the clear backup space. And the 2 gray squares represent 2 other cars parked there. So my question to the city would be, when are they going to start enforcing no parking in the driveway? If the municipal code dictates that you have to have clear backup space, just seems kind of contradictory to itself, in my own opinion. And so when you have a tandem garage, Commissioner Topero asked about the backup space. So in a tandem garage, you still have clear backup space. You have to move one car from behind the other to get out. So if there's a car in the driveway, tell your daughter or husband or wife or mom or dad or friend, hey, I need to get my car, move out. You can park back in afterwards. And then this car comes out. And then this car comes out. Realistically, between my wife and I, my wife works at home. We're building this house for us. We're building this house to stay here. We love Redondo. This is, we've stepped down roots here. My wife has volunteered and worked for the RBEF. We're big proponents of Jefferson. I'm a referee board member for AYSO Region 34. I'm coaching basketball at HBYB. I mean, we're invested in this community. We're not going anywhere. This house is for us. And we're trying to set this thing up for us. And so when it comes to this issue of the tandem garage, the reason we're proposing the tandem garage is to allow us to live with the lifestyle that we want to live, which is to be able to experience the outdoors and have it intermixed with our indoors. And so it just doesn't seem plausible that we would deny a tandem garage situation when the municipal code doesn't expressly deny it, and the municipal code doesn't expressly permit a side-by-side parking structure. The tandem garage still complies with the intent of the municipal code to provide 2 parking stalls in an enclosed garage to alleviate parking on the street. It's the same thing as a standard side-by-side garage. We're still meeting the intent of the municipal code. We're not creating additional traffic on the street. In fact, we actually do help protect ourselves by having a tandem garage because, sorry, let me switch to another slide. Because the stop sign to turn onto Morgan Lane from Harkness Lane is actually behind this house. So if you have a car that's trying to pull out, as I do on most days, as I'm coming out, I have to worry about someone ripping around this corner and running into me, as has almost happened on a number of occasions. I've had police officers almost run into me because they are not stopping at that sign. The tandem garage actually gives us more time and allows us to creep out and have a visibility sight line across the way to be able to see if there is a car coming, a non-coming car to us. So that's another reason we've looked at the tandem garage. Moving on from the tandem garage issue, I would like to talk about one of the things that was put into the administrative report. It was done after the fact of my denial, which is has to do with context of the neighborhood, context of the community. And the administrative report that that Mr. Scully put together, I felt it's a great report. Mr. Scully put some positive things in there. He understands that we're also trying to comply with the Redondo Beach's residential design guides to have a front door visible from the street, have windows on the front of the house so that you have eyes on the street, have a front yard, reduce your hardscape. All these things that we tried to incorporate from the residential design guide into an R1 area that it's not applicable to happens because, or is possible because we're proposing the tandem garage. But as far as the context, Mr. Scully pointed out, limited the context to the block. I believe that he said there was only 5 homes with single car garage doors out of 40. I'd have to go back and check. I walk up and down my street with my dogs all the time. I'm constantly looking at my neighbors to see who's got the single car garage doors and who's got double, who's parking in their driveway, who's parking in their garage. It's a mixed bag, right? So as far as context, one of the reasons we designed this house this way also was as a transition as you move west along Morgan Lane, before you hit the sea of garages, we actually have our neighbor here on the corner who has a full front yard. Our design takes part of that front yard and continues it onto our property before we actually hit the hardscape of the pavement. And then you start hitting the driveways, the tall and skinny houses with the standard 2-car garages on the 25-foot wide lots. So what we're doing is providing a transition. As you go from east to west, you go from a landscaped corner to our property, which would be half landscaped before you start hitting the hardscape, because on these 25-foot wide lots, with the requirement for the garage door and the driveway, you don't get much landscaping. It's all pavement. So as we move up to the elevations, I want to point out that my neighbor's house, 1747, their garage is actually off of Harkness. As you move to our house, we would have a house that has windows and a front yard to mirror up against theirs. Our single car garage door. Our neighbor to the west, 1741, actually has two single car garage doors. Even though it's a standard 2-car garage, and I have talked to Mr. Ski about it, the municipal code states that for a standard 2-car garage, the minimum garage door width should be 16 feet. Obviously, that's not the case here. But as we continue down, we've made that transition. So we go a 1-car garage door, a garage door that serves 2 cars. And then we start saying what I like to call the wall of garages of the Golden Hills in the Tallenscapes. So when we talk about context within our block, I think it's important to understand that we've looked at that context and we've looked at it as a transition into the more quote unquote traditional builds of what's been developed over the last 20, 30 years as the Golden Hills have been developed. And you've seen these smaller homes be demolished and these tall, skinny developments go up. I'd also like to point out that when you look at my appeal documents, which I believe all you have possession of, at the end, these are the 3 homes that are on Morgan Lane. This house here is actually 3 houses down, 1732. 1-car garage door, front entry door. This 1 garage door is only a 1 car, where we're still proposing 2 cars within an enclosed garage. As you go down farther west, 1709, 1711, 1-car garage doors, front entry doors. It's just a better use of the property. It invites more communal interaction with your neighbors because you're at the front door, you're not on the side, you're out working in your yard. And then I've got 3 pages of homes with 1-car garages that are within the R1A district. And those of you that are familiar with the R1A district, this is normal. Mr. Scully is correct that the predominant look is the 2-story with the 2nd floor jutting out 5 feet over the garage of a standard 16-foot wide garage. We understand that's typical, but it's not atypical to have a 1-car garage, a single garage door with a front door, a window, and some yard. And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the commissioners for any questions, I believe.
That's great. Thank you so much. You've so very well articulated your project. And I must say that it's delightful to see an architect who's actually designing their own house, because there's such a increased sensitivity by having lived there to understand the flow of the air and the sunlight and the feel of the neighborhood. Because I think that even when an architect is a great architect, but they're designing someone else's house, they don't have that sensitivity. And you've clearly, having lived in the house, really have a feel for the land and its potential. So I thank you for that. So we will now open it up for commissioners to bring up their questions.
Should I stop sharing my screen now?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it depends on the nature, but just be prepared to bring it back up should a commissioner
yes, ma'am.
have a question. I must say that I do very much like this tandem concept, and I think we should probably look at that more in detail, because things are changing, and I think it's quite innovative what you've done. So anyway, I just have prefaced that. But Commissioner Gaddis, you have a hand up.
Yeah, my question is really for staff and Sean. Why are these developer houses being built and approved that seem to be out of code? What's the story?
Actually, let me go ahead and speak to that. a lot of those balcony, I can't speak to what the prior director's findings were on that. When I first started as director, it was actually in the R1A that there was a complaint or concern about a project being built where the balcony that was projecting into the required front yard setback was being built to the setbacks rather than to the 5 feet. And we actually made a correction and evaluated that section. It was just, I think that the prior director, I'm not sure what his findings were on those, on why that was not being required, but that was something that it was evaluated at the same time was when the city council really wanted, even though R1A was not included, wanted to see the residential design guidelines being implemented. So it's really that same concern about keeping with that aesthetic, and it was just that's what we found in the that's what the code actually says.
Well, okay, Brandy, you weren't here. Sean, you were here. What's the story?
I have to just yield to the community development director's description of the prior director, and that was maybe just not as consistently applied, and it might have been again some of the older development. Of course, that code section didn't. A lot of the development in the area of the construction that occurred in the 80s and 90s, that code section didn't exist at that time. So there was the predominant, balcony that stretched across the entire frontage. And there are a lot of examples of that as well. After that, how it was applied, if you look around the R1A neighborhoods, you'll see examples of it that comply with the required additional setback to 5 feet. And then you'll see other examples where it wasn't applied. I don't, our intention is always, even under the prior director, to be consistent. It's
consistently bad. It's definitely consistent and consistently bad. And I think it was part of the disease of the 80s, and where, it was all cookie cutter. And when you look at these buildings, they're all the same. They have no air circulation. They're dark and they're damp, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, but those buildings are being under construction now. So, I mean, so those plans were approved under the prior director, yes, and they're just moving forward.
It would take that long for the cycle for those buildings.
It just may be their own timing of when they were developing them compared to when they submitted their plans. It's not that we were holding up anything. It's just that if they don't submit their construction drawings and don't get that in, but yeah, it's those were approved prior to my interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
So, one of the things that we've looked at is, we looked at how we define open space and looking at changing the code. We're going to continue to do so, but these 5-foot balconies, like I said, I really like the tandem garage idea. I think it really moves the airflow of the entire building in a wonderful way. And, you still have room to get out. You still have room to get out of both cars. The what do you call it? The clear space, or the whatever it was called. But I do have a problem with the balcony, because all these 5-foot balconies, and this is what was a big issue when we're changing the open space code, and all these freebies of getting extra percentages just for open space by a balcony, because it's nobody uses those balconies. I mean, this is the horrible thing about them is they just sit there, and you know, you get credit for open space, but they're not used in open space. So anyway, let's hear from some of the commissioners here. We have Commissioner On.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, you have to commend someone who comes in and sees that something hasn't been applied properly. And instead of continuing the wrong, saying, you know what, things weren't applied correctly. And, you know, by just because they were not applied correctly before, we shouldn't continue to do so. So, you know, I commend, you know, that, you know, that at least we're taking a stand and there will be some consistency, and the consistency is based on you know, what's written down. Yeah, I've never been a balcony, you know, fan myself, but I have problems. Just, you know, we can say that it works with our neighbor today, but our neighbor today is the demolished and new building put up tomorrow. And if everyone's building these balconies, and we use the rationale, well, that guy got to do it, you know, why can't I? You know, I think that's where we get into the mess that we get into. I just had a question because Sean, you said that we have two choices. And it sounded like it was a double or nothing. and I was curious if the commission were to decide that one ruling was valid and the second one wasn't. Are we denying, or are we, you know?
We can get creative a little bit. We can certainly blend these with an element from the, let's say, upholding the appeal, and vice versa. So
okay,
flexibility.
Okay, so there is agency.
Yeah.
What we do best, absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
just Commissioner, we wanted to put two on there. We recognize, I think that all the arguments that the appellant put out there are really great arguments. It's just, I'm working with the code that's there. I mean, we've gone through this recently and a lot of things, and I'm working with the code that's there, and there have, like, it's never been applied that tandem is there. And I like, for me, I was not going to be the one that's saying, oh yeah, let's wiggle around with this. But if that's the interpretation that the Planning Commission were to go, I'm open to moving that forward. I just didn't want to be doing that myself. And then somebody saying, oh, look at her just taking the code and turning it into something different than what it, what the intent at the time was, right? That, there probably weren't a lot of tandem parking happening, but that's also up to you. You have to evaluate the pros and cons of that tandem parking. Right. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that again, what some of the commissioners here have said is really great arguments, really good points, great design. And it's really hard to work with some things that maybe limit that capability.
And I appreciate your candor in this, Director Forbes, because that's why we try to have transparency in City Hall, and this is the way you do it. Is you look at the rules that are out there. You do your best, and that's why we have an appeal process. And so the issues get put out in the open, and people can understand, and maybe even help to change change code if that's what's necessary. So I appreciate that, and that was all my questions. Thank you, Keith.
Very good. So I noticed that the applicant had his hand raised. Maybe you wanted to, Mr. McCaslin, were you wanting to?
Yes, I wanted to rebut something that Mrs. Forbes said about projects being approved prior to her coming on. I don't believe that's true. I believe there's projects that are under construction right now that are clearly in violation of the balcony yard setback, like the ones on Carlson. Because I believe, Mrs. Forbes, you've been with us here in Redondo Beach now since 2018, 2019. So yes, I'm aware of the planning process, but Mr. Scully is also aware that I've pointed this out about some of these issues prior to some of these balconies actually starting construction. So there was time for the city to actually say, hey, you're right, they're building something that's in violation. So I think I understand what the 5-foot setback is intended for, but I'm almost kind of curious, is it really more applicable to the larger lots where we have the 50-foot wide lots, and you do have a minimum 5-foot setback and not the 10% setback or the 3-foot setback in the R1A area? And I would just like to ask Mr. Scully or Mrs. Forbes if they could kind of speak to us about that. So
it's applicable to all residential districts. So even if and actually all zones, but for all residential zones for unenclosed balconies. So it's not that it was only intended for one residential district and not another. It is specific to all residential zones.
okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hensley, I think you had your hand up next.
Thank you, Chair Tupper. Yeah, a question for staff. So we're talking about the tandem parking and we're talking about the balcony. What exactly are the findings that the Planning Commission needs to make in this item tonight? Are we only making findings about the tandem parking and the balcony?
Well, I mean, actually, the administrative design review is before you, and all the criteria have to be met. We've denied it. So there are findings in both the findings that speak to all the criteria.
Okay, so that includes the compatibility and the design and all the normal design review things, not just in the parking.
That's correct. Staff determination that the project complied with all those other criteria. However, it's before the Planning Commission to.
And that's why we wanted to make sure that, I know that the appellant had mentioned that, this wasn't in the administrative design review decision. Well, that's because it was denied for those two particular reasons. But we wanted to make sure that you as a planning commission would have it. So it wasn't just, sending it back to making the interpretation on these two items and then have something else come up that didn't comply. So we wanted to confirm with you, let you know that it complied, so that if you, whichever way you choose, you're either approving the project or approving it with conditions or denying it.
Okay. And I just wanted to disclose that I live in this neighborhood. I'm probably about 3 blocks away from the project site, which is beyond the 500-foot conflict area, but still pretty close. So I'm at least familiar with this area. One other question in the R1A zone, has any other project come forth with a tandem parking request in the R1A that you're aware of? Or would a standard 25-foot lot almost make it impossible to have a 9-foot?
It would barely, the floor plan that would remain with the tandem design with a 25-foot wide lot would be pretty constrained.
Okay. So maybe is that why we've never seen any sort of tandem?
At least in that area. yes, I would say. And,
Okay.
and we've always said it's not. It's expressly permitted with respect to senior housing, and it's just hasn't really come up to be honest.
Okay. And I couldn't find when I did my review of the code and within the staff report, I think the design guideline was quite clear for the R1 zone to say you shall not tandem park. But I couldn't find any such language for shall or required of a standard two-car garage for the R1A zone. Would that be a correct statement?
Right. The R1A was not included in the residential design guidelines. So, there aren't any design guidelines specifically for R1A.
Okay, and there's no code that says you shall not tandem park for R1A.
Right. There's nothing that specifies it as calling it out as tandem parking. It's that 25-foot backup, clear backup, and recognizing that, understanding what the appellant was saying is, yeah, people may park in their driveway, but those are not the required parking spaces. Whereas now you're creating a situation where the two required parking spaces, one is prohibiting that backup, whereas the other is, somebody may park in that garage, but you're not creating the situation where that would be the requirement to meet your parking.
And then the senior housing or the other ones, I know it says you can do tandem parking, but does it then eliminate that 25-foot backup requirement? Or does that still apply to senior housing and the other places where tandem exists? The way I read it is that would still apply even in the tandem case of senior parking, or with the ADUs or something else is also tandem allowed?
ADUs is a whole nother thing.
Sorry. Don't let me bring that in. I got it. But there was senior parking and one other case that explicitly allowed tandem.
Yeah. And
I can't remember what that other case was, but.
And that's the key, Commissioner Hensley, is where you have a specific expressed allowance that would precedence over another
general
that's more general.
Okay. And in the design of looking at the balcony now, it's currently 4 feet off the side setback, and the city is just requiring 5, right? So there's a 1 foot difference between what's proposed and what the city is asking for?
Correct. Essentially.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, I have a couple questions for the applicant if Mr. McCaslin is available. Or
yes,
Ms.
sir.
McCaslin. Oh, thank you. First, thanks for taking your time the other day. I always appreciate it when applicants take the time to meet. So I did walk the site with you and take a look at the plans, and I always appreciate that. My question for you is about the things being talked today and what we're discussing. Can you kind of give me your priority of what's most important to you in this design? Like a 1, 2, 3 priority?
Priority would be the tandem garage so that we can have the floor layout that allows us to extend our living space to the outdoors. And also and pull in the natural light and have that natural ventilation and natural circulation of air that's available. Would still like to have the balcony, but I also understand the city's position. While I may not agree with it, and yes, just because, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I mean, the tandem garage is our priority. Having that front yard so that we can engage our neighbors, engage our postman, engage Chris, the crossing guard, because we, when we walk our daughter to school, now that she's going into 5th grade next year, we're letting her walk to school a lot more by herself, but we're still going up to the top of the street and watching out and talking to all the other neighbors and everyone walking their dogs through. So having that front yard to actually have a livable space and enjoy it and provide that transition into the street would be our priority.
Okay. And so the patio difference between 4 foot as you proposed and 5 foot is not a hill to stick. Is that even if,
I mean,
you know,
the difference between feet and 5 feet, you know, honestly, per that diagram I showed you as far as the sight lines, it's not going to make a difference one way or the other in regards to the privacy. Does it comply with the the municipal code's requirement that we're talking about, which is the nothing closer than 5 feet to the side yard setback? Yes, it does. It does interrupt the continuity of the rear elevation design somewhat, because now I'm pulling in a balcony 1 foot off that wall instead of having it directly at the wall. But I'm actually a little bit farther in than 4 feet because what you can't really see in plans, that's really, you know, the devil's in the detail, right? So it's really a C-channel beam that's supported on that block wall along the east property line. And then the railings up above sits on that. So it's actually another 4 inches, maybe even 5, or I'm going to say 4 inches after you put the railing up. So it's really, you know, where you're standing at that 4 foot 4 foot 3, as opposed to 5 feet. So, I mean, yeah, you know, I hope that answers it for you.
Yeah,
if that's what you were looking for.
Yeah, and I think you can hear that there's a lot of sympathy for the previous, you know, application of code that we can see is not consistent. And we know that's very frustrating for residents to see someone else and want to get the same. But as a commission, I will try to say, you know, we follow the code, because then the next person comes along, we can say, no, we made the last person follow the code. So
understood. And my concern would also be, and to Scully, that they do investigate the property that's being constructed across the street from us right now. I believe it's 1734 Morgan Lane, to make sure that their balcony is in compliance, because that would, if we're going to be denied that, that's going to look kind of awkward. It just creates a perception of impropriety that developers are allowed to do certain things that the private homeowners, when they want to build their properties, aren't being allowed to do.
Okay. One more question is, this design that you proposed here, I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm going to call it the 2-box design. You are correct that 1-car garage is pretty prevalent in the neighborhood, although it's not the majority. But I couldn't find any of the 1-car garages that either had a front face, you know, vertical from the garage, or had a flat roof above the garage. I'm just wondering if this design is critical, or, you know, like, I'm wondering what your thinking is on the actual design of the building.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hensley. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sorry. Okay, let me see if I can. Maybe I'll change it to a statement. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that the box design that you have made, even if the tandem parking is okay, is all that consistent with what I see for the other 1-car garage fronts in the neighborhood. Is that so? That's my statement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I understand. Okay. I am trying to pull something out quick, and then I'm gonna share my screen again.
Sure. And while you're doing that, I'll make another statement. One of the findings we have to find, and staff had already, you know, basically said that this is consistent, compatible with surrounding neighborhood, and made those findings. But I struggle when I look at the design to make that same finding, even if I agree with the interpretation of the tandem parking, and I agree with staff's interpretation of the 5-foot offset the patio. So that's the one that I'm struggling with. But if you have something to share, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. There's a house on Sparkles. Let me share my screen. I've got it up on Google. See, so this house here is, it has that straight up single car garage. There's other examples in the neighborhood. Is it the prevalent style? No, I understand that.
Okay.
Our design is, there's this one.
that may be
there's a couple of them. What's that?
Sorry. Oh, I apologize to interrupt. I was going to say that might be a referral to staff because that looks like an obvious unpermitted addition.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
There's other examples of it. I thought there was one. No, this is it's set back actually. It's got their deck up above the garage. This idea that that flat facade, yes, these project out, but these houses were recently built and they pretty much go straight up from the garage, whether it's a single car or 2-car garage.
And that came before me, and it didn't. Those don't come to us, but I would not have also said those are consistent with the neighborhood. But that's my personal opinion.
I think the neighborhood is changing, the architecture is changing. And
I'm not opposed to the modern look or interpretation. I'm just saying that's the one thing I'm going to struggle with here. Some of these newer modern ones do fit, and some of them I think do not. But anyway, that's just my...
Well, and that's one of the reasons we tried to... here, I'm going to switch screens real quick.
Yeah, the ones towards the end had some good examples.
I think, it has some dilation, and I understand that. And that's why we set one of the bars, basically, you called it 2 boxes, we call it 2 bars. So the living bar, on the ground floor, and the garage bar, I guess. We set the living bar back to provide that undulation of the facade to interrupt that plane. And then also by adding the windows, the full height windows that basically allow the viewer to go into the space somewhat, kind of deconstructs that facade from being so flat that you're seeing when you look at when you look at it on paper. So I understand where your concern may be, but those types of things are subjected to all of our own peculiarities, right?
Yep, agreed.
We could study it a little bit, maybe so it's not so flat, but I think there's I think when you look at it face on, it doesn't do its justice as opposed to when you're looking at it in perspective.
Yeah.
And then also the other thing you don't get from this is the texture modulation between the concrete block, the glass, the steel, the stucco, the softening from the landscaping. I think overall, when it's done, it works. But I can also understand that when you look at it in a 2D fashion, it doesn't. It can be tough for people. And I get that. I mean, it's a matter of taste.
It is, and it's a beautiful house. I'm not saying it's not beautiful, but one of the findings to make in the evaluation is the surrounding neighborhood. So again, those are just my thoughts, and each commissioner is going to have their own opinion, and it's completely subjective. I get that, and staff had already made their opinion. It was undulated enough, and articulate and all that stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, and I think the rest of staff's comment as far as fitting within the context had more to do with this is probably more for Mr. Scully to address, but the way I understood the comment had to do more with the single garage door on the facade, as opposed to anything to do with a flat facade or not having enough articulation or whatnot.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Chair Tupper. Those are all my questions.
No, absolutely.
I think Mr. Scully's trying to talk, and he's on mute.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find it under the projection, but yeah, that is correct. The compatibility had to do with the garage door, the predominant two-car garage door frontages of the majority of the block, as opposed to the single.
I'm actually finding it quite refreshing. Commissioner Gaddis, you've got your hand up.
I do, thank you. I have a lot of sympathy and admiration for the notion of an architect building a house for himself and his family, and carefully building it to suit the neighborhood in terms of light and air, and for the to fit his family in terms of raising kids and the husband and wife, the wife who works at home and such. But houses, of course, live a lot longer in general than either the time when one might live in a city, or even they outlive their owners in general. They're very long-lived assets. So, and I think one of the perspectives of the Planning Commission and city staff is to make sure that something is workable, because it becomes part of the city, and future residents live there, and it becomes, instead of become the neighborhood, and the neighborhood becomes the city. One of the big issues that we have in this particular neighborhood, and probably all neighborhoods in Redondo Beach, is the lack of street parking. There are many arguments about that. I mean, obviously what we end up with is homes with not just the two cars of the spouses, and of course then the kids grow up, they want cars, so we end up with a lot of cars. And garages tend to wind up being used for sometimes cars, sometimes storing things other than cars. So I'm very skeptical of the tandem garage and single way out, a driveway that can accommodate one car, because it's extremely likely you're going to wind up with more than two cars in a household, and there frankly is very little, if any, street parking available. So we end up with cars all over the place. And tandem parking, I've been in a tandem parking situation before, and it is barely workable most of the time, because you're having, and if you have, say, a third car, it's out in the driveway, that's a lot of people moving cars anytime somebody wants to, jump in and go someplace, whether it's the post office or the grocery store to work, or to, off to soccer practice or whatever it is. So I agree with Mr. Scully on that. It's not, there's a reason that you have a lot of two-car garages right there on the street with two cars worth of driveway there. It's because it's mostly used. And as I say, a good part of the time, the garages end up full of stuff that are not cars, and the cars end up spilling out into driveways and the street. So I just want to weigh out with some skepticism that the tandem car thing is going to be good for the city. I just don't think so. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to make a comment about, just to change the subject, but did the applicant have something to add that? Your hand is up. You'll need to unmute.
I wanted to respond to Mr. Gaddis and share this screen. So I can appreciate the comments, but we've also looked at that in addition. And so the actual available paved area, it's still a work in progress, even though we've put a lot of thought in this. The thought was always that we'd still be able to get 2 cars into the driveway. Part of it's over top of these, what I like to call donkey steps. But I actually don't need to have these stepping all the way down. I can pull them back. So we would still be able to get 2 cars into onto the driveway. We still have enough paved area there to park 2 cars. And that's it. Just wanted to respond to Mr. Gaddis's comment in regards to that.
No,
thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that visual. Appreciate it. Director Forbes. You're muted.
I had a comment, it was not on the tandem, but I did want to go back. It was something that, when the question came up about the why there wasn't the 5-foot setback, that is the case. It just was not implemented previously. However, there are also some, and some of them were examples in the appellant's documents. There are a lot of those out there where the encroachment of the balcony does not actually encroach into the front yard setback. Because remember, in that zone, the first, the garage story has to be set back further, and then the front story can be set closer to the street. But a lot of those, especially a little bit older. But even some of the newer ones aren't within. They're within the footprint of the building, and they're not encroaching into that front yard setback. When they don't encroach into that front setback, they can go out to the width of the building. So I just wanted to clarify. There are some that are in the situation that we were talking about earlier, where they were allowed, they encroach. They should have been at the 5 feet, not the width of the house, but there are some that are not encroaching in that front yard setback, and thus they can be at the required setbacks of the house itself.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. McCaslin, your hand is up.
Mrs. Forbes, sorry, I think, I don't know if I understood what you said just now. You're saying that if you don't encroach into the front yard setback, you're allowed to violate the 5-foot side setback?
It's not a violation. What is being implemented here is your balcony that you've proposed encroaches into the rear yard setback. And as a result, there's an encroachment. Yeah, the required rear yard setback. So you're averaging, as a result, whatever you've averaged at, that is your required rear yard setback. So it encroaches into that. And as a result, there's actually, it's under projection, the building and other projections in all zones, that's where it has that, if it's encroaching into that required setback of the rear front yard, then the side yard setback has to be 5 feet. If it doesn't encroach that, it can be at whatever the setback, the side yard setback is for the structure, because it's part of the structure footprint.
So, but the municipal code reads, unenclosed properties may project a 5-foot maximum distance into any front, side, or rear setback or required space between buildings, provided they are removed in a horizontal distance 12 feet from the front property line, 10 feet from the rear, and 5 feet from the side property line. So you're saying because my balcony is projecting past the average setback that we've established by the undulation at the back, that's why it's right to have the 5-foot side setback?
Yes, if you go like one section higher, it's talking about projection, that's under section 2 or subsection A. That subsection A clarifies that the following projections may be permitted into required setbacks and sets between buildings. So it's the required. So if you had more space between the required setback and the house, you could have it out to that 5 feet. But because the balcony is going to encroach, okay, great.
Yep, that helped. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry.
No, this is great because it really shows the subtleties of the interpretation and how difficult it can be at times. So this is a beautiful example of that, actually. I wanted to make one comment, just a side comment about the roof, the living roof. I have a gorgeous coffee table book on green roofs, and I had a green roof on a chicken coop, which I just love dearly. And for my house, I was going to put a lot of plants up on my roof. But then, we live in Southern California and there's termites, and eventually you're going to have to tent your house. So I hope that instead of building it out of lumber, you're building it out of the metal beams, the 2x4 metal things. I don't know what you call them. I don't know what your plans are for how you're going to build, but once you put the green roof, forget tenting your house.
Yes. So there's ways to just discourage termite invasion when you're framing your house. One of those ways is to use redwood sills. That has a huge impact. Studies have shown to mitigating any termite infestation. So if you do a redwood sill, it's a natural deterrent to them, and then you can still stick frame the rest of the house out of Douglas fir like we typically do here. But we also do have concrete block and everything. Yes, I did think about the termites.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing, and I know they have the metal beam, metal 2x4s, whatever you call them, but I know they're quite expensive.
Metal studs.
Metal studs, yeah. So anyway, I just want, you're an architect, so you know these things, but I just have to mention because, we're all learning and we have a lot of new commissioners, so they need to be aware of these things as well. So, okay, so there we have it. Is there any more questions? Shall we have a motion to close the public hearing and start deliberations, perhaps? Anyone want to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Actually, Chair, we do actually have one e-comment.
That's right. Oh, very good.
Yeah, we do have one e-comment. It's actually the same person and the same comment that was also written for J2. They also wrote it for J3. So I'll go ahead and read it. It actually sounds more applicable to J3, but so it's Noel Sack. He said, I support the commission decision to deny a setback closer than 5 feet. Changing the rules to allow a setback closer than 5 feet would allow too little space in an already congested neighborhood and would lead to other homeowners seeking similar exemptions. So that's the end of the comment. And then we don't have anyone signed on to speak on this.
Right. Okay, all right. So, so then shall we have a motion to close public hearing? Don't hesitate.
Motion to close public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Gaddis. And the second by Commissioner Godek. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, public hearing has been closed. So now we will deliberate the two options of motions or perhaps a third one. I know for myself, I'm very inclined with the tandem garage. I think it's fabulous and it's a way of the future. the balcony, I don't like balconies. Everyone knows that. I don't think it's a good use of open space. I'd rather see that open space be tacked on to a bigger open space so that it's a more usable, bigger space. But if the other commissions are amenable to changing the setback of the balcony, I'd be happy to go along with that. So Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I'll put it out there. I think the applicant's interpretation of the tandem garage parking is correct, and I also think staff's interpretation of the 5-foot setback requirement is correct. So I'm good with those two things, but I can't. The design is I can't make the finding that it's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So I don't know if I think your other commissioners' thoughts, but that's the one I'm struggling with. Is if I'm the only one, I'm the only one, but I'm really struggling with that.
New buildings are coming up with this style, and it's I'm putting together an art class right now, and I'm doing the whole art timeline in the context of the course, and just to see designs change with time, and even looking, what we built in Redondo in the 60s, and then the rape of the 80s, it's just all what happened. It was just a land grab, and now we're in the era of trying to, get blood out of a stone. So we have these eras, and the era is changing upon us, and we're seeing much more of these more modern buildings. And so I think that the applicant articulated very well the transition between his project and the two neighboring houses, and kind of a smooth kind of, it was, I had not seen that, and so I found it very useful seeing it through the architect's eyes, how he managed to design. So those are my comments.
Okay. I'll just put out there then that my thoughts were, and I'm not a designer, but a pitched roof is above the garage is the only thing I can find in the neighborhood, and then also not having the stories above the garage be on the same face plane as the garage. So those are my two biggest concerns with it. So, and I don't think those can be solved with conditions, in my opinion, because I have nothing to condition. I don't know what I'm asking for. I just can look at the design and can't make the finding. But anyway, other commissioners are approving or have other thoughts or not approving tandem or make a motion.
So to facilitate this, because I know it's late for everyone, I'm still going. I usually stay up very late, so I'm just getting warmed up right now. So watch out. Maybe we could have a show of hands for those who are in favor of the tandem. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have 6 in favor of the tandem. So that helped us with our motion. Let me interrupt my little voting thing and see my informal voting with comment. Commissioner Boswell, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. I think the small concession of allowing the tandem parking is definitely worth the benefits that are able to be designed into this home with respect to airflow, temperature mitigation, inside natural light, and of course setting a good example by having that green roof, living green roof. So I'm definitely not crazy about tandem parking and wouldn't want it for myself, but is their home, and look at all the other things they're able to get with this small concession. The back balcony, I'm still not getting why this thing is a problem when it's so close to being in compliance. surely the balcony could be adjusted a little bit. It's not going to be as big, but I mean, we're talking inches as far as I understand it. I think that's a concession that the applicant should easily make to be able to maintain this building largely as he's designed it. As far as conformity with the neighborhood, that's like laughable, most of Redondo. I mean, take a drive down any street in District 4, and what do you see? The worst hodgepodge of design styles and types of buildings. I mean, you go from an old beach bungalow to 15-unit apartment building and back, and then you've got your fake Tuscans and your 4 on a lots, your 3 on a lots. I mean, you've got everything but an international airport going on some of these streets. So conformity, I think this sets a good example for the Golden Hills, that the future is not trapped in these ridiculous tall and thins that are an abomination design-wise, as far as I'm concerned, and dangerous. I mean, how does a fireman get a ladder up between these buildings? There's no room. He's basically got to climb straight up, as far as I can tell. So I like this design. I think the small concessions that need to be made are well worth the fact that this is such a well thought out design and has such great flow. I think it would be tragic to deny this.
Well, Commissioner Boswell, would you like to be bold and to make a motion?
Would I like to?
Yes.
I would like to. Not sure how I'm going to do it, but
well, we got to start somewhere, and Commissioner Hensley's been carrying a lot of that heavy burden. So
everybody take a break and can go put a pot of coffee on.
Take your eye teeth and bite into it.
All right. So what would you need from me?
So, well, we have the resolution that the staff has provided us to accept. So we can accept with some changes to that, right? Director Forbes?
Yeah, I think so. I think
maybe you could put that up on the screen. So
yeah,
well could read it.
This is the, if I may, this is the resolution that is upholding appeal and denying, upholding the appeal of the administrative design review decision and granting the request to voluntary. So it's essentially allowing the project. It's crafted in a way that really it's only the resolution matter would need some slight adjustments to address what I think I'm hearing, that the tandem parking design is okay, and however the balcony encroaching into the rear setback has to be 5 feet from the side property line.
Yeah, Sean, I think that the title needs to be revised too.
Does it need, okay.
Priority line.
So why don't we do that in real time here?
Yeah.
So are we denying or upholding?
With an attached tandem garage, we're upholding the appeal with an amendment.
Okay.
Overturning my decision.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh, part of it.
Right.
Not closer than?
I would say but a balcony, and instead of and a balcony, put but a balcony. But the balcony in the rear yard setback not closer than.
Yes.
Or I mean, I suppose and is fine because you're saying not closer than.
Not closer than.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So Commissioner Boswell, all you need to do now is to make the motion and read this bolded paragraph.
Should I approve
Hold
that?
on, hold on. Sean's still making some changes.
So I'm just in the balcony in the rear, you're not closer than, okay.
Was there any finding on that? Because we need to take that finding out.
Sean, it says priority line on property.
What was that?
It says property line on property. On the,
Oh, up in the title.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Property. You don't know what that is?
The property.
Oh, property. Oh, I see it.
I was looking it up. I couldn't find it.
The planning term. Okay, so then I changed it in the whereas, and then in the findings. I think per criteria 1, administrative design with the proposed single-family residence with the attached tandem garage and the balcony projecting into the required rear yard setback, not closer than 5 feet.
Yep.
To the side property. Okay, so that's that. Complies with the provisions.
Sean, can you go back up in those first 2 whereases? I don't think you're supposed to add not, because it's talking about what the actual application was and what my determination.
Okay, so an application, okay. Removal of intent was filed, yes.
Right.
Correct, okay. I think we're good. Yeah, whereas notice, okay, that's the noticing. It's considered the evidence. Property owner, other interested parties. Now therefore, per the criteria, administrative proposed single-family residence with the attached tandem garage and the balcony projecting into the required rear yard setback, not closer than 5 feet to the side property line, complies with the provisions of the ordinance. And then those are the other criteria required with no call out for the tandem or the
Right.
Balcony. And then based on the above findings, the Planning Commission does hereby uphold the appeal of the administrative design review decision and approves the request for a new single-family residence with an attached 2-car tandem garage and a balcony projecting into the required rear yard setback that is no closer than 5 feet. Closer than 5 feet from the side property line pursuant to the plans and application considered and amended by the Planning Commission.
Well, we have, I mean, we're not really amending it. It's
Maybe
being-
not.
Well, the application is being altered.
Yeah.
Seems like there should be,
And
but
as amended, and as amended. As amended.
Yeah.
As amended by the Planning Commission at its meeting
Yeah.
15th day of July. The decision of the Planning Commission shall be null and void prior to the judicial blah, blah, blah. Finally resolved, the Planning Commission forward a copy of their decision to the City Council and then signatures. So I think.
Man, it's the 16th day of July now.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
It's still the meeting of the 15th, though.
Oh my God.
I love it. I love it.
So there we are.
Welcome, Rob and Doug.
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. Your first motion. Drum roll, please.
So you need me to read this
Yes.
entire thing, all 3 pages?
Let me say, I move that. Just the top
You
paragraph.
can move to approve the resolution with the resolution holding the appeal with the amendments presented by staff.
The bold section.
Yes, the bold section.
Okay.
That's all you have to do.
A resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo.
I move that.
Oh, I should start with, I
move to
that-
approve, yeah.
Yes.
I move that a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach upholding appeal of the administrative design review decision in granting the request to voluntarily demolish an existing single-family residence and remove an attached standard two-car garage and replace with a new single-family residence with an attached tandem garage and a balcony in the rear yard setback not closer than 5 feet from the side property line on property located within a single-family residential R1A zone at 1743 Morgan Lane.
Very good. Do we have a second on the motion?
A second.
Okay, Commissioner Godek has seconded the motion. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, just had a comment. So again, as I stated, I can't make the finding is the only reason I'm in support. So I'm going to make a substitute motion, and only because I want to clearly state what it is I was looking for, or why I can't support it. So I'll make a motion to continue this hearing to the September Planning Commission and revise the project to offset the front wall above the garage rear, to change the flat roof design to a pitched roof design to align with the single car garage in the neighborhood. Yeah, those are really the two things I think are not fitting. So that's my motion, and good.
Okay, so we have a another motion on the table here. And if no one seconds it, the first motion will be held. So not hearing a second of the amended motion, we can vote on the first motion presented by Commissioner Boswell. So we'll do so I need a second. Oh yeah, we got a second. So I will do roll call on Commissioner Boswell's motion. So Commissioner Boswell? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis?
No.
Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
No.
And myself, yes.
That passes 4-2.
Okay, so the motion passes. So congratulations to applicant. I think you're shaking up things, and I think it's great. You're living in your own architecture. Your nose, you're rubbing right into it. So I know that you cannot pay me to live in one of these, I call them FQMs, QM for Queen Mary, you can guess what the F is for. You cannot pay me, you could gift it to me and I would not live in one of these. And this design, I think, breathes and has light and these elements which are very important in architecture. And it's time that we start change how we view architecture in Redondo Beach. So thank you for that and congratulations. And
thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. Hope you all get to sleep tonight.
We're going to get there. We'll get there before the bell at 1 o'clock. All right, very good. So that concludes item J3. So we item K, items continued from previous agendas, which we do not have any. And then items for discussion prior to action. We don't have any of those. Items from staff.
Just want to let you know the VMT standards were adopted by City Council.
Very good.
So thank you for your work on that.
That was complicated, but we got through it. Thanks to your preparation. Okay. And item N is the commission items and referrals to staff. Does anyone have any, Commissioner Boswell, anything? Commissioner Ong, Commissioner Hensley?
No referral, but I just want to give an extra shout out to Lena. Her presentation today was one of the best I've seen on any project. And we see a lot of great ones, so not to diminish any of the other ones we've seen, but Lena's was especially good today. So.
And I'll second that. We'll all approve it.
That's all. Thank you.
Any referrals to staff, Commissioner Gaddis?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Godek? Okay, I do have some, and just bear with me. I'll try to make them as quick as possible. The first one, most important, which is always on my agenda, is the open space. So I'd like to, as commissioners, this is a great opportunity that we can change legislation. So when the code is old and outdated, we here can change it. And so one of the things that we've already started on the process is the open space. And so I believe we have not done the commercial space, open space of commercial zoning. And so I would like to make a referral to staff that we put that on a subsequent agenda to start to address this, because my concern is we don't have enough open space in Redondo.
We have that on our list of referrals to bring that back in the fall.
In the fall, okay, that's great. All right, then the other one is do we want to look at the code and make any modifications with like this kennel business? Maybe we could just do like some little bit of tweaking to the code so that it's clearer, because obviously we were going back and forth and which indicates that the code is not written and it's somewhat ambiguous. Do we want to revisit that and try to codify it a little bit differently? So that's something I would like to refer to staff. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not sure I understood. Are you saying that it's unclear the conditions for it?
Or maybe we want to modify it, because looking at the discussion, which took us quite a bit of deliberation to come to, it's not, do we want to have kennels in Redondo Beach? Are times changing because people can't make appointments for their dogs and
Commissioner
Didn't we talk about it
Tupper,
2 years ago?
Yeah, the Planning Commission actually, the City Council had referred that to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission considered that and determined that they were not interested in zoning to allow just kennels, and it was to leave it as it is. And that happened right before COVID, and we didn't end up taking that back to City Council, but they are aware of what the recommendation was from the Planning Commission.
Okay, all right, so that is in effect then.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, that's good. Okay, last item is this bit about the tandem parking. Since we don't have it in the code, I'd like to make a referral to staff that we look at incorporated, because we've just now set a precedent for R1A.
I mean, you've set the interpretation. I can write that interpretation acknowledging the Planning Commission's decision on this. And then when we're doing the zoning code updates for like the land use update, that we could incorporate that. Because I think that there are going to be a lot of corrections and cleanup that we're going to need to do. But as we go through, we'll make sure to document what are the cleanup things that we want to go through.
Okay, that's good. And then also, I'm not familiar with the code, like since we're doing Canada garage, looking at that. What about the subterranean garages? Because those are becoming more popular now as well. So that might be worth that we look at these things because
Yeah, we'll add that to it. You know, Sean, I know Sean's, you know, kind of pulled together over the time with working with the GPAC and working
right,
you know, on that general plan update. You know, what are some of the things that we've seen? So Sean, if you wouldn't mind, add to the list a conversation about the tandem parking and the subterranean garages.
Yeah, I think,
Certainly.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great because we need to evolve and, you know, things have changed dramatically, you know, I mean, look at, you know, instead of shopping, everybody's using Amazon, things get delivered. Instead of driving your own car, you take an Uber. You know, the biggest hotel chain doesn't have any hotels, you know, the what do you call it? The
Airbnb.
yeah, you know, so all these things, you know, the biggest store doesn't have a storefront, you know, so everything's being turned inside out. And so I think that as a city, we also need to look at these things and be dynamic. So anyway, those are my recommendations. I'm sure everybody wants to go to bed, so I'll just shut up at this point and I will call for a motion for adjournment, please.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, by Commissioner Hensley and a second by Commissioner Godek, and everybody approves, correct?
Yes.
And and so we are adjourned and everyone's
Thank you all.
very well.
Thank you, everybody. Great job.
Big work.
All right. Mhm.
Stay well, be well, stay safe. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Have a good one.